out for fun. I'm back again. Straight into it. I figure we don't need to warm up and talk about anything since we did a stream earlier today. So we're just gonna jump straight in, pick up where we left off. I had a really good break. I'm glad that, you know, it allows this kind of flexibility. Hello Goldie, how you doing? I was just now messing around with the background. Vegas, how you doing? Welcome. I see you've jumped in now that we've gone live. I've been observing like Math and Goldie discussing like mod stuff, and it seems like Luke, you remember Luke, he swung by. He's seems really switched on kind of dude, helping protect the community. I like it a lot. But yeah, check it out, guys. I've just been messing around with the background. I don't know if you noticed, but the ring background, it kind of, it broke semi recently. And yeah, I got it. I like, well, it's not that it broke. It changed. And so now I've been playing around with the math a little bit to get it to do, you know, a little more interesting stuff. So it doesn't, you remember it used to pop. So it used to go like bloop. And so now I've kind of like adjusted that. I think I could still use a little more adjustment actually. I noticed they got a little small at one point there. It's a really quite simple system that does the animation here. Yeah, it's like, you wouldn't believe how simple it is. It's CSS. So the background that you're seeing here is actually, it's a website. It's a website with some really simple CSS animation, drawing some circles and then just like moving them around a little bit. So at this point, actually, I think that still needs adjustment. I think that zooms out too far. So I probably shouldn't do that on stream, but since I was messing around with it, I am back, Sly. I'm back. I wasn't done with what I was doing. I am not ready for bed. I really wanted to make more progress on the Fortnite map, so I figured I'll just jump in and do it now. Why not? Why not? I got some really, you know, I really got some like time that was good for the soul. I had a lot of fun. I took a little break, but I am back now. I did do a little bit of worky stuff, but not too much. But you know, now I'm ready to go again. I felt like I couldn't help myself back. You know, we've only got 14 days in Fortnite, and oh my God, how the hell did we already get today 6? That blows my mind. Nearly halfway in, so I have a lot that I still need to achieve. I figure we might as well do it. But yeah, let's tweak this background a little because I'm liking this adjustment, but this part I don't like. We're too zoomed out of it right now. And I'll show you actually how I'm doing this, guys. It's really simple. It's basically a website, right? And all it is just a background with the gradient of the colors that I like for my brand. It covers the whole page. It's 100% wide. There's a content container that kind of adjusts it and like positions it a little bit. And then here's where the actual like magic happens, right? There's the background, the ring wrapper, and then each of these are just like SVGs with basic like circles in them. So that's how I'm getting the circles on screen. And then all of these use ring wrapper. And then for ring wrapper, you can see what I'm doing is ring wrapper has this animation, and then it's just a really basic animation, guys. It's so freaking simple to achieve what we've got here. But yeah, so I think what's happening is this is too zoomed out. I think this should probably start at something like that. So let's go back to the demo. We'll get the background, refresh it, and we'll see as it moves if it zooms out and looks okay. So let's just get rid of our, not that I don't like our little leaderboard thing. Let's have a look at its movement now. So I'm kind of just like almost semi-randomly rotating and moving it. But I think this one is more interesting than what we had before. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. We could change the easing, because at the moment it's kind of like, it eases between each of them, but how you doing, Simtex? Welcome. Good to have you back. Yeah, I'm back on for a second time today. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. Nice and subtle. I could probably, I don't know, maybe 1.5 is better, like 1.5 instead of 1, but it's not zooming quite out quite so far. So we want this number and we want the first and last number to be the same. We'd have rotation degrees. Usually I like a little, it stops some of the artifacting in the background, like being so stagnant. It creates a little bit of like pixelation with the rotation. I also like, usually I have a little line that's in the circle for that element, but whatever. Maybe 30 can go up. So 30%, let's make it 40%. We'll replace all of these here. That's all of them. We'll give that one more refresh. And then go to our ring background. Yeah, that movement's a little bit bigger, more dynamic. Most of the time you guys don't even see this. Pretty much the only time I think this actually gets seen is like here in chat while we're hanging out here. And I think what I did last time was I kind of was trying to get the center of the circle behind the profile picture that I have in the bottom corner, so that when we're in chat, that circle kind of like, does some different stuff. I don't know if it's distracting or not too. Maybe I need to slow the whole thing down and make it like animate over more seconds. And we can change the easing to, I don't know, about ease in out. Maybe just like ease in might be better. And then like make this like 40 or 50 seconds so that it's more subtle again. So let's have a look at that again. We'll go update our ring background. It's moving way more slowly now. Blue Wings, dude, thank you for the resub. Really appreciate that, man. Thanks so much. It's, I'm realizing that slowly we're building up a baseline of subscriptions that aren't Nacho coming and dumping a bunch of subs in the channel, which as much as I appreciate, it's like, I'm trying to build a community, and there's one thing to have like a like whale type supporter who's like enthusiastic about what you're doing, and I absolutely love that. But on the other hand, like I'm also just trying to build like a community of lots of people. So thank you for following along. You are definitely one of those people. Much appreciated for the resub. That's very cool of you. But yeah, that background kind of working quite well. Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. Tip of the hat to you too. I need to get a freaking little like fedora here just for these moments where you all give me like the tip of the hat. I can whack it on, tip the hat, take it back off stream. Fedoras aren't really my style if I'm being honest, but it is a good way to be like hello. It communicates a lot, doesn't it? So yeah, what do you think? Improved ring background? I know it's like a small detail, but every little improvement adds up. That's the thing. Every little improvement adds up. Okay, I don't like the ease in because it goes completely stagnant. So let's just try making this thing like linear. We'll make it linear. That could mean it changes direction. So I've just changed this line here to linear. Should I offset it more? Because this is where I'm going to be able to like offset the center of it. I could like put it down and to the left or something, but let's leave it for now. I don't want to muck around with this. You guys know how easy I get distracted, but these little details, I think they do make a big difference when you add them up. So it's nice to focus on making tiny improvements as we go. So here we go. This has got I don't know, it feels a little Fibonacci sequence-esque to me. And it's really simple logic, but it gives this whole thing a sense of like motion and also dimension, better than like a static background, way better than a static background. And so when we're like, say we're working here or we're chatting or we're, say I'm looking at, this is a better example in the browser, right? The browser takes up like, usually if I have, I'll open Zen up because we're going to need it eventually. If I have Zen open here, rather than just having something static, having something like slowly and slightly moving in the background, I think it really adds a lot. I think it really adds a lot to the stream, right? We've got a very clear and distinct style, and it's subtle. That's what I like about it, right? And that whole background, it works quite well. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but often I'll go here. I'll go to Actuator's website, and there was a point in time where like I decided I was going to like rebrand Actuator, and if you take a look at it, we've got the same aesthetic of the same brand of the company. I just kind of carried forward into the brand of the stream with a few differences, right? I have lent into the like grayscales a little bit more because, you need that for UI, especially if you're doing like, have a look at my ID. If I open up something like, if I open up Unreal, right? Unreal's got like that gray aesthetic. It's a dark theme, right? I think that's a nice aesthetic as well. So having that, pretty happy with like the adjustment to the purple to be that purple and gray instead of just the monotone purple that we have in the company, you know? It's but branding's a whole thing, guys. It's you know, it's graphic design, but more than that, it's like what does the graphic design that you implement in your product, and in this case that's the stream, like what does it say about you, you know? And I really put so much time and effort into, like, you wouldn't believe how much time I spent like getting the brand right to the point where it communicated stuff. Like I ran what do you call it? Like a whole bunch of user testing. I used a bunch of online services to get feedback from users. I did so much to make sure that it was right, you know? And I think I'm really happy with where it wound up. And it seems like you guys love it too. So that's great. That's great. You need a style guide to keep it consistent. You know what? I'm actually half tempted to bring up the style guide that I put together for this and to show you how far it's come. Let me see. I'll do that. That's actually a very interesting exercise. Hold on. So this was the old style guide. Let me see. It will be the actuator style guide. Hard to find. A lot of style guides apparently. Actuator. Having trouble finding it actually. There was a lot of time and effort put into this though. Let me see. I'm pretty close to finding it. Hold on. This is worth a little bit more time to see, because like it shows you how even when you have a good style guide, like it should be evolving over time. So I believe this rebrand took place in 2022. I mean, why not? I'll show you guys. These were my goals for the rebrand when I did it. I wanted the look and feel of the thing to be appropriate, distinctive, and simple. And so this is after a lot of iteration already. It was going to be like really simple, black and white, and then white on black. And I experimented with a whole bunch of different variants and color palettes. It could have been a very different brand, guys. It could have been more like this. Could have been more like, you know, like you can see the iteration. But all of them, like all of this was the end of like a much longer process where I was trying to figure it out. And you know, like things like the different brands that inspired me at the time, what values we represented, a bunch of different like, you know, mood boards with concepts and ideas. Like so much thought went into getting this right. I don't know what these other pages are, but yeah, it's, and then we did eventually get to the point where, oh, I remember where this is actually. This is in, let's see. Style branding, there we go. Okay, here we go. When we finally like figured out the direction of it, this was originally what it was going to be. It was going to be like very, very different from where it actually is now. A lot more like red and orange in the brand, but that's since gone. But you can see things like these circles and lines and the purple and the black, like those things stuck. It originally was going to have a whole bunch more in terms of like hexagons as part of its brand. But yeah, let's keep going because it was interesting. You know, ways that you never see this anymore, right? I've completely dropped that. So that orange is gone. Thank you so much. Arceus, thank you. I really appreciate that. We don't usually like focus on branding and stuff like that, but it can show you like this needs to be redone because this entire color has been dropped from the palette. The gradients are kind of like, yeah, that is kind of correct, but the gradient's now different. It's now a dark gradient instead of a white gradient. It's but little, little like this was supposed to be the accent. I actually really like the interplay of those colors, but in practice, it becomes so messy and noisy, and really like drove away from the simplicity stuff. And more and more, we winding up doing this like the circular patterns rather than hexagonal themes. It's but yeah, we had an idea about fonts, which has changed. This is more like the fonts are now more like a little bit more like console-esque, if that makes any sense. But you can see roughly what the idea was for the brand after I took it and was like, okay, how do we redo it? How do we change it? It's but I think a lot of it did stick. It was a very time consuming and like expensive exercise from a business like cost standpoint, but it was worth it. It was really, really worth it. And now what I've done is I've carried that brand forward into like what you see now, and it's a like evolved. The stylized play button is cool. Yeah, there was a project, and I hope to revive it one day because the company I spent a lot of time on it. I spent a huge amount of time working on this project, and I've never even mentioned it on stream. Maybe I should. Maybe I should mention it on stream now, because one day, if it all goes well, and the stream takes off and we wind up in a position where we can make another game with a bigger scope, a more ambitious project, Hex would probably be that project. Hex was this it was the working name for a concept I came up with that it was an open world game, which is like any game developer knows how scary that is to do that. It was big. It was an open world RPG that was procedurally generated, massive environments, and the cool thing about it was like it used a hex-based coordinate system, and then you would be able to run around and explore the game normally, like if you were playing World of Warcraft or something. But then when you got into combat, it would draw you into this like this hex grid-based system, and then the whole world was like made up of hexes, and all the logic behind it conformed to this hexagonal grid. It was actually really cool. It was really interesting. I want to go back, and I think the code for that project is the best code I've ever written still. It was really nice and compartmentalized and modular, but I was procedurally generating everything, and I had this approach where it was a code first approach to game development. Like the stuff we're doing here in like Unreal Engine, we're working mostly with like devices, and we're working in the scene and the outliner and all that stuff. But my approach was very procedurally generated. It was like essentially one object in a scene, and then when you hit play, it would reconstruct everything. And if you wanted to change the structure of the game, pretty much everything you did would be like manipulating code and loading resources and instantiating them. And then you could work on those resources like independently. But because the whole world was built with code, the project became this like really like code was the way that it was built and maintained. And I think for me as a software engineer, with the systems I thought were really, really well written. And so I really enjoyed working in it. It would be terrible for a designer, but if you wanted to make a game with a lot of technical people, it would be a super cool way to do it. I did use compute shaders. I also used Unity's job system a lot, Jess. So that's IL to CPP and like hyper optimized code that ran like, it was really cool. And burst compiler, absolutely, Jess. Yep. We used a lot of that in the game. But yeah. Okay, we have our first mini game now, don't we? Let's launch our session, even though I don't want to work in it yet. So yeah, it was all burst compiled. It was all like the threading was really, really well done. I loved that. I loved that project, and things got busy, and the scope of the project got too big. I ain't got a big enough brain. Look, it's not actually that. It's not that hard when you spend a bit more time with it. Like, trust me, Jess. The more you do it, the more you understand it. I had some really cool systems in that. I had my own version of asynchronicity that used actions as callbacks and like created my own async types, because the way that the world like worked and generated, it was really like lots of async stuff. And it was, instead of using C Sharp's inbuilt async, it was all done with like this system that didn't care how the asynchronicity was implemented. And you could implement it with like threads and tasks, or you could implement it with coroutines, or you could implement it with like whatever you wanted, right? And it had just this method of like having an async handle that you could report the result back and then implement the async however you wanted. I would love to actually get back to it some point in the future. The whole idea, like all of this was done like pre-AI revolution as well. And so I feel as though one of the things that slowed that game down an incredible amount was the art. Art was a big challenge. We paid a lot of money to a character artist who didn't really deliver anything that we could implement. And we put a whole bunch of time and money into artists that weren't like, they didn't make any assets that were ready, that could actually go into the game, really. Because we needed something that was like, because it created like literally, the game simulated hundreds of thousands of entities, and then it would load them according to where you were in the world, and then it would synchronize the ticks with like a level of detail system. So the closer an AI was to you, the more like CPU time it would get. And so that meant the whole world kept processing, regardless of how far you were from it. So all at the other end of the world, things would still happen. They just wouldn't get as much like compute cycles to make their decisions. So the world really felt like it was endless, but it was full of stuff, but the stuff was persistent. That was the really cool thing about it, you know? All right, here comes the game loading. No, still loading. We'll head back here, and let's head back to... So there was something that I wanted to add here before I went and replicated it a bunch. And I might actually implement this at the other end, right? If I go... Probably with these mini games, I should have duplicated this before going and placing things. So this needs to be, let's rename that to minigame start trigger. Minigame start trigger. Then we've got the minigame position marker. Then we've got the minigame first person camera. And then minigame mutator zone. Let's start to use those conventions. So we've already got pretty good conventions in use in the project with the names. Let's start to use this consistently ourselves as well. So with these things in here, we've got this start marker. Let's see. The thing that I might want to do here is with the start marker, we could extend this to include the gun with it as well, right? Like the weapon spawner. And it could be the case that we have the weapon spawner assign the gun to the player based on the volume, or even based on the trigger. Because right now the start trigger takes you immediately into the game, but like into the mini game, I mean. But what we would like it probably to do is when that minigame start trigger hits, I think at that point we might give people their guns, because at the moment what they're doing is they just run around and without any, with guns in their hands, potentially in the arcade, which is like not authentic arcade experience. You run up to the gun, like you run up to the cabinet and then you get your gun. So I think that's a change I'd like to make before I go and replicate this, because we could go and place this arcade stuff everywhere right now, but I think that's a bad idea to do that. If we go ahead and do that, it'll wind up in this situation where like if we want to make a change to one mini game, we're going to go and have to because there's no prefab system, right? That's the terrible thing about this. There's no prefab system. So any change we make, we could, Crazy, how you doing? I like the idea of connecting it to the mutator zone, but eventually what I think will happen is, because there's going to be like there's going to be a musical chairs type thing going on with these arcade cabinets. I think when the game starts, I want players to run to the arcade cabinet, and then once an arcade cabinet has been claimed, potentially I keep everybody still in this same environment rather than like warping them to their. I don't know. I'm in two minds about it. Either we, like, when they hit the arcade cabinet, we need some kind of symbol to show that it's no longer available, or we keep the player standing at the arcade cabinet. I don't know. Maybe we warp them there so they get a chance to, like, be ready for something interesting happens. Yeah, I think we'll warp them immediately. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, so there's a lot of messages here while I was rambling about Hex, I think. So you're glad. God damn it, Seb! You stream so many times. I don't have the funds to gentrify my lol. Oh man, I wish I could give you funds. That's just not the way it works. But hold on. We got this. Wait for it. And we can, boom. There you go, Snolzy. I'll do it for you. I am doing really well. I'm doing really, really good, actually. Life is good right now. Life is really good. I could link it to the mutator zone, Crazy. I think that's not a bad idea. The thing about that is I would kind of like the player to get the gun and stand at the arcade machine for a bit so that we can see that as they walk up to the arcade machine, then they get their gun before they warp into the game. I think I like that idea. So let's do that. Right now, I know we already have a weapon spawner. So here's the custom weapon manager. So where is that? Custom weapon manager. I guess it doesn't really matter. Custom weapon manager. So let's see. We've got some custom weapon manager. There it is. I mean, where actually is it in the... It's a Verse class. All right. Let's bring that code up. Go have a look at that. Is it locked up? Hello? Open the definition in Visual Studio Code. There we go. I missed the Hex lecture. Hey, welcome back, Markdown. How you doing? Good to see you again. Did you just gift yourself 30 bits? Look, I did. I wanted to make sure you got your big huggy snolzy emote. It's the freaking such a cute emote. On the other side, when they finish the game, you could use the item remove device attached to the mutator zone. That'd be cool. Yeah, totally. I think right now there is... So there's this. This is probably... All right, we've got our custom weapon class. This is the thing that adds our like gun with all of its damage. And you know what? I'm tempted to put it in its own script, but... So where's the thing that spawns this? So this initializes with a player. Initiate. Does the weapons check. The weapons check. Gets the player remove element. Let's see. Okay. Not the custom weapons manager. I think this is gonna just sit in the. This is just gonna sit in the actual game. We need. Where is it? Might even be this. All right, conditional button. Let's see. I want to see what this does. So, allowing interactions. There's the. This gives us an item, which is the tactical Athena. The thing is, though, this I think should be the other gun because it's got a better rate of fire. It's the Desert Eagle-esque gun. What was it called in our other solution? We're going to have to look for it. It's not the burst rifle. It's the... No, it's not that. Not the combat pistol either. It's that... Does anyone remember what the Desert Eagle is called in this? It's a slower shooting gun. Maybe we shouldn't mess with this. It's already set up. Let's not worry about that right now. We can deal with that later. I don't know if we need this or what it's actually doing. What events is it connected to? That's a good question. So nothing unactivated. All right, no. There's the... So there should be like an item spawner, item granter. Here it is, the item granter. I think this I want to potentially delete, or at least, I mean, it's doing some stuff already. Let me just check what it's doing. On grant item, keep all. User functions. Something else is causing this gun to, maybe it's just the player, like, hold on, what's the best way to disable this thing? The best way to disable it will be, it's just like an enabled checkbox like we have in Unity. That's a handy thing. I mean, that's a really simple but obvious question. What's the best way to disable this object? Maybe you know this one, Crazy. I want it to like stop functioning entirely. So it's not like, I don't want to hide it. I want to like actually disable it. How much code did you write for all of this? I assume C++. Actually, Markdown, this is a completely different language that's written for Unreal Engine. It's going to be like the next generation Unreal Engine language. It's not C++. Unreal Engine would usually be C++. But what we're using right now is a language called Verse. Oh, here's an issue. If all of this other stuff is parented to the mini game, if I move that down, is it going to move this down? Probably is, which would be inconvenient. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it did. Almost we need to do this. No. Both of these need to go up for a moment. This can then go down into like away into some place where we don't, okay, well, it won't be seen. Let's put it right here, out of the sight of any players. Not that we want this to be visible to a player anyway, which we should do anyway. Now those can go back under this. So that is then our market minigame activator. We'll put that back there so that then this like is nice and centrally grouped. Check in advanced other items list. Okay. Hey Vegas, welcome back. Oh shit, I remember. You remember me, not gonna lie, I didn't see that coming. Nice to be here. Of course I remembered you, Markdown. I tried to like guess what your name was with the underscores. We were hanging out and we're doing something completely different from what we were doing then. Now we're making games instead of, yeah. So to answer your question, we're not using C++. We're coding in a language called Verse. So as you might notice, this is fairly different from other Unreal development that you might have seen, because it's using this, like, this is a .verse file with a completely different language that has some like interesting quirks, but also it seems interestingly powerful in other ways. So it's weak in some ways, strong in some other ways. It's like coding with a lot of restrictions, but it has the thing that I find most amazing and interesting about this language is it's based on transactions. And so everything you do, every change you make, it's registered as like a transaction. And that means in conditions where like everything you do, notice this conditional check. Usually you'll be checking a Boolean, but instead we're checking something that decides something, right? And so this thing has a decision result, and based it on that decision result, you'll run other code. But that means like every conditional check, like the nature of your code changes a lot based on that in this language, where you're not actually evaluating something, you're running different code according to whether a thing does or doesn't happen. It's and then the other really amazing thing about this is it's inherent. It's got concurrency built into it, and by that I mean like the code almost executes server side, and when you write code, it just will run on all the connected clients without you having to do any of the networking. And if you've ever written networking games, like I spent like the first 3 or 4 years of my career doing, you'll know networking can be really, really hard. So the fact that this language just like has networking built into it and you don't even have to think of it, and it just computes on a cloud computer and everyone gets the same results through these transactions is really cool. You showed off the portals last time as we... okay. I figured out how, what the name should stand for. You figured out what the H in your name should stand for. Haskell, like the language. Haskell Markdown. That's a cool... That's a pretty techie name, dude. I like it. I like it a lot. So many guns. There are a lot of guns, right, Jess? I mean, it's Fortnite, so what'd you expect? But okay, we got to be consistent with the way we name things. So custom weapon, I don't like the name custom player. This should be something like, while I look back at this needs to be like armed player or something, because this is a player with a weapon. And then I also don't like managers. Managers are too all-encompassing in terms of the way that you name a thing, but let's circle back to this later, one thing at a time. So from here, we've got minigame activator, and that's us here. What I really want to do for just the minute is I want to deactivate this object without deleting it yet. So how do I do that here in UEFN? I think I might even need to ask about this, which is unfortunate. It's in check. All right, I'll check advanced. When you say advanced, you mean like here? I don't even know what you mean by check advanced, actually, crazy. The advanced settings are collapsed. The advanced settings are collapsed. I'm looking all over screen for advanced settings and I do not find it. It was under the gun item. I mean, at the moment I'm looking at disabling this item granter though. That's what I'm looking at doing. Advanced here. Right. So how would I disable this then? I'm talking about disabling the entire object in a way that I can understand that I would be able to, like, given any device, turn on enabled. Turn off enabled. This is going to be, I'm sure I'm going to like feel stupid when I enabled on game start. This one. Yeah, I see what you mean, but I want a way to like, say I want to disable this thing, right? Or HUD controller. Say I wanted to disable it. How can you just disable anything in the scene? There's got to be some way to just like, for any kind of thing, not specifically this item granter, how can I go to, like, this thing seems to be disabled, for instance, right? I just want a way to disable any kind of object. Enable on game start. No, I hear you guys. I hear you guys. I know there's something like that, but I want a way to, when it's not enabled on game start, you need to enable it for it to start working. I get it. I understand, but it's like, is Dolly here? I didn't see Dolly in the chat. Yeah, there she is. She is there. Sorry I missed that. I'm so sorry I missed that, Dolly. Welcome. Welcome. I am back. Yeah, I wanted to make more progress here. I knew I could come back and do it tomorrow, but I figured I had some time. I had a few hours. I wanted to just like jump in and get it done. I wanted to make more progress, so I figured I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. May as well. Okay, so maybe I should just like listen to what you guys are saying and like disable that one particular thing, but does it always have like, I just want a predictable way to disable an object of any type. Because that's going to be really useful down the line, right? In the context of Unity, you can just check an enable checkbox on any game object to make sure that it no longer is enabled. Is there something equivalent to this in UEFN? And I really shouldn't be asking about UEFN specifically. At this point, it's just an Unreal Engine question, isn't it? But it's really great to see you back, by the way, Luke. I'm sorry. I got distracted by the fact that I was trying to problem solve and I hyperfixate. But that's really cool to have you back here, dude. Welcome. It was awesome to have you in the stream last night. You were so so very, very helpful. I really appreciate all the help you were able to give during that. We've made a lot of progress since then. Honestly, I've managed to bring all of the stuff we were working on into our into this game world and start to connect, replace our old teleporters. I'm lurking and working. That's sick. That's sick. I'm really liking the whole culture of lurk and work. And honestly, now what I'm hoping to do is find as many ways as possible to stream and work, because I'm really enjoying streaming. So it's okay. There is enabled, I think, on transform. Transform, here's transform. Let me show you. I'll head back. Here's transform. I don't see any kind of I don't see any is enabled for it. We can lock scales and stuff like that, but enable checkbox in the details panel. This allows okay. There is no one way to enable an entire entity. You have to manage them individually. There isn't an explicitly global enabled / disabled. That's odd. That's an odd design choice. I mean, you can hide its visibility. Why can't you just switch it off? If I don't want this to function in the scene, do I have to delete it and then re-add it to the scene in order to deal with that? Because that's a crazy design choice. That is a. I don't want to be modifying code and stuff to do it either. I just want to, yeah. That's an unfortunate design choice. All right. Disappointing, but all right. If that's what it is, I guess all I can do then is just delete this thing, because I don't want to do that. I want to keep it around, but I just don't want it to function right now. I don't think it will function while it's not enabled. I know it won't, and yeah, all right. You guys are right. Just do it the way that it wants to. Enable on game start can be off, but I just would like a way to essentially do that without removing it from the scene, right? Have you tried turning it off and back on again? Okay. Things that can be disabled have in general enabled from game start option. Then you can enable this, disable it at your leisure. Okay, got it, Luke. Got it. That is good to know. But all right. We have set this to not enable on game start. We're going to find out if it still grants on game start, because it shouldn't do that either. But what we can in theory do is create a new reference to this item granter. Maybe this is something you guys can tell me. This is another generic learning thing that I would like to understand. This is a, on the right, we see its type is device item granter. If I wanted to reference this through code, there's going to be some kind of type with it's going to be like this, creative prop, right? But I might want to access its different variables, things that are in the super type, the item granter type. How can I explore from this object the type that I should use in code to reference it? Does anyone know how to create that connection? For any given object in the outliner, how can I discover its type? This is a Luke question. This also might just be an AI question. So here we go. For For any type of object in the outliner, how can I find the type that I should use to reference it in code? Because that's going to be handy, just knowing how to do that. Because right now I have to rely on like looking up some other kind of reference code to do that, and that's not a nice workflow. That's really not a nice workflow. Okay, if the object is a built-in Fortnite device, player spawner, its verse type usually matches its device name in lower snake case with device at the end. Okay, so item granter device. Let's try it. Editable, because we want to reference it. Item granter device equals item granter. Okay, that worked this time. There's been other times where I've tried this and it just didn't work, which was unfortunate. So with that done, when we... So we've already got teleport player to minigame. It might be useful to like grant the item to the player at the same time. So this will be arm player. And then here we can arm player. This is going to be a character. Fort character, no return type, and that is going to then have our item granter. I hate Visual Studio. Like right now, if I go enter, I expect it to select the highlighted thing like it would in Writer, but I need to tab and I'm not yet used to that. And then it doesn't really seem to... It doesn't have any autocomplete, which is annoying, right? Because I want to know what the item granted device can do without having to like click into its type. Okay, and this needs the character. There I go again. I think I might even like update Visual Studio to make this work. So arm player with a character. That's going to be the item granter eventually, but we need to figure out what the item granter can do. Item granter device. Now this is going to have some methods here. It's going to grant item to the agent. Grant item. Item granted device. This method is going to be item granter dot grant item to the fort, so to the character dot agent. This should have like some kind of agent value, right? Annoying. So fort character has agent. Get agent. Get agent. Why no get agent? Because this. What does that need? It has no parameters. What are you talking about? Use this call. This call uses parentheses to call a function that decides what to do. Okay, so yeah, that's easy. We need to say if get agent is going to be, so we're going to be agent. If we can get the agent, then agent. Else print character had no agent. Had no agent. Gun not assigned. There we go. Why is it not like that now? That's an if, yep. Oh, we need the little, yeah. This call uses parentheses to call a function that has decides. Functions may fail. Which is indicated by the decides effect. It must be called within square brackets, while functions that always succeed must be called with parentheses. So I guess because this may fail, it goes like that. Yeah, cool. That seems really arbitrary. But I guess it helps you read this and understand that it could fail, but it wouldn't be within the if context if not for that. So I don't know. Seems an interesting language choice as well. I'm starting to remember why I stopped learning this. Yeah, there's a lot. I can see why the guy was so set on teaching you control click to show you different things. Yeah, like this allows me to discover the API without relying on like the documentation. Honestly, it's not too swell. It's like a little iffy, but you know, we've got it now. So we should be able to arm player with the item granter. This means now I think probably we can like assign this however we want, but for now, let's use the one item granter for all of them. And then this item granter, I don't want it to be we don't want to grant on game start. We do want to enable it on game start. We don't want to grant on cycle, grant condition. I don't think we want to weapon ammo. We don't want any such thing as ammo, but we'll leave it at 50. That's probably fine. Drop items. Okay. Never drop items at player location. Cycle behavior. Yeah, we don't want it to cycle at all. We don't want to remove item on grant either. It will come with infinity ammo. Will gun have infinity ammo? I am actually not sure. I've never experienced it running out of ammo or noticed ammo on the HUD, but this suggests that it might actually have ammunition. So we'll figure that out in a moment. But the other thing that I want to do with this, receiving players, the triggering player receives the gun. Yep, that's better. Grant the current item, ungrant action. It should clear all, right? Clear the inventory. Is inventory items and resources? I'm guessing it is. All we want them to do is have this gun, so that's totally fine. Okay, so now what we should be able to do with this, I think what I want to do is take all these like game logic components and put them in some consistent place. For now, off screen right here, I think is the way to go with this. And that also means if this is functioning, I don't want, so this is going to be the light, so light gun item granter. And I want this to be related to, like, I think I want some other like area in this project. This is like, related to, instead of them all just like sitting randomly up here in the, instead of everything sitting randomly at the top level, potentially I want it to live somewhere else. I want to create a new group. So this is, so create a new level with a new folder with game systems, game devices. Yep, we can do that. There'll be other ones later, no doubt. So this is another one, island settings. That can move to game devices as well. I guess level bounds isn't technically a game device, that's environmental. We've got a bunch of random target stuff that's eventually going to get moved out into mini games. But I don't want that like living up here. This needs a lot of cleanup still. You know, there's a lot that's, I mean, that's another game device. I can go to game devices, so can this HUD message device, game devices. What else have we got? I shouldn't spend too much time like cleaning things up right now, but island settings for ammo. Luke, dude, my man. Island settings. Let's see, ammo. Infinite reserve ammo, infinite magazine ammo. Excellent. Display empty ammo slots. Let's not even do that. Cool. I do need to like go through and read all of these just to understand what's possible. But allow item pickup, yes. Auto pickup. I mean, I think like we want to like have ultimate control over what items they do and don't have, so we may as well set all that to no. Interesting. I mean, no building resources. Infinite reserve ammo. Yes, this is all right. This is cool. Thank you, Luke. Again, thank you, dude. You've got so many useful things to contribute here. Very appreciative, dude. You can change those items down to 1, 2. The items down to 1, 2. There's no such thing in island settings. There is so much in island settings. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Millions of settings. Lots of settings, and that's fine. We like settings. We want to, you know, we want to be able to configure everything here. I don't think we want like shields, for instance. So we could go through this and figure it all out. Everyone's invincible. Max health is 100. We don't want to recharge, whatever. Nobody should take damage. This is a different kind of game. We want to be able to like tell people to be dead. But I shouldn't be fiddling too much with these things right now. I'll come back and circle back to it. But for now, let's go and... Let's see. So we created our mini games. We've got our mini game activator market. We changed verse, so we need to push our verse changes. And let's go have a look. That wasn't the right. That was. Here we go. VS Code. Build those changes. Let's go see it in our editor. Sam, welcome back. It's so good to see you, dude. Wish you a good luck today. Thank you. We've been making lots of progress on this. I'm realizing that Luke, dude, this morning I tried for about half an hour to move stuff from one project to the other. It's like that. It would be absolutely fine if we had prefabs and entities, but because we're not working in like, you know, I can enable scene graph, but even then, it seems impossible to move an object like this from project to project, right? Even though this minigame activator is our own custom stuff, because it has like, this is, a first person camera and a mutator. Like none of this stuff can be put into like a prefab or grouped up into any kind of like object that can be moved between projects. It's insane. I can't believe how like little support there is for stuff like that in this, but whatever. It's, I mean, prefabs are in, but they're in for entities. But none of these things are entities. They're all like classic devices, I think they were called. And so the support just isn't there for it, which is a big surprise. Fairly big surprise to me. But anyway, that's fine. Here's our item granter. There should only be, oh my God, there's so much. I'm glad I renamed this. We need to go delete all these other ones. I don't know what they're doing there. What the hell are these? What on earth? We've got assault rifles and shotguns and SMGs. No, thank you. It seems like Jose used the template and never got rid of these things. So those can all delete. I love deleting stuff. It's always, oh, hold on. We learned something recently. Deleting a folder does not delete the items. Deleting a folder does not delete the items, and that's an important detail. All right, so this elimination game, we don't want any of this stuff. All of this can actually go for our purposes. And we're probably going to break a lot when we do it. So first things first, we're going to check in all of our changes. And then from there, we're going to first, let's first make sure there's runs, right? We'll make sure there's runs. We'll leave this be for the minute. We selected the right thing. Yeah, leave it be for the minute. Selected the right thing. Let's push our verse changes. We'll push our changes as well because we changed the scene. Then we'll test it. If it works, we'll back it up. If after that, we'll delete all this unnecessary elimination game device stuff. Yep. It's a pain. Scene graph will be amazing when it eventually gets fully released. It's garbage right now. It's like... The thing that's surprising me a lot about coming to UEFN, so I used Unreal Engine recently on one customer project, and then a long while back while I was just wanting to learn Unreal Engine when it, this is back when we were Unity 4 and Unreal was still far less accessible. And back then I got hold of it. I wanted to try it. I tested a whole bunch of stuff, and it's changed a lot since then. But it's changed in ways where some of the really basic functionality and things that you expect about game development, like Y up, is only getting implemented now. And things like scene graph, they're no-brainers. They really should have been in probably, when it was obvious that it was being adopted as a standard for game development. I'm really surprised creating prefabs, the kind of things that you see in Godot, Godot, that are easy there aren't more easy here. I'm really surprised by a lot of different things as I start to understand the ecosystem here more. Okay. Push the changes. Let's have a look. I also need to... All right, it's restoring the island. Let me move this from monitor to monitor so you guys can actually see what's going on. There we go. Excellent. Me and Fasfi spoke today about you, Luke. She's keen to meet up sometime if you're, I don't know when you're free, man, but it'd be great to, if you are around the city sometime and you want to just grab dinner with with us. She said she hadn't seen you in person in a little while. She'd be very down to catch up. So just I don't know. I got to connect with you on Discord, I think. I'll go hit you up on Discord and I'll figure the details out from there if you're up for it. But yeah, it's really good to see you. And we talked about it. It's remember we went to the escape room and all that other stuff. It all kind of came back. It's really cool to, I'm surprised by the number of people. It's Uranga as well. Him swinging into the chat. Today we had Nick from Samurai Punks, the studio director from Samurai Punks, come in and hang out for an hour. It's really, really, really cool to see the amount of connections and networking that happen from just being here streaming, right? It's like going to a networking event from your for your stream room. It's great. You can always get me on Discord. All right, I'll do that. And earlier Goldie was saying how he was saying to quote him, he said he's doing God's work. You're modding the community for FAS, and Goldie's kind of absorbing what's happening there and noticing when people get banned. And then you guys are doing a great job at kind of policing the whole ecosystem. And that's really, really cool, man. That's really cool. A lot of respect for that. Well done, dude. There was another Fastfy-esque person who got banned from this group just because in some secret super secret mod chat you guys have got going on. You're doing God's work there. For sure. Oh, come on, edit mode. I wish this didn't take so damn long. It's really a slow process, isn't it? Let's see. We needed to finish. We really actually do. There's no more configuration I think is needed here. Ban in sisters chat is ban in brothers chat. Yeah. Yeah. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Like, when we were younger, I was a very protective brother, but that's more true now than ever because I think, you know, Fast gets exposed to a little bit more risk than most sisters would, if that makes any sense. So I'm already a little bit maybe more protective than I should be. Maybe it's possible, but on top of that, it's like, yeah, I feel an obligation to try and protect her, and it seems like Goldie and people like you have been doing that for years. And so now that I'm starting to get to be a part of the community here, I feel the need to, when you guys come and swing by and do things like that, like ban people, it's like, thank you, man. Thank you. You're helping protect someone I care about. So it's really appreciated, dude. Yeah, you all definitely seem to stay across things. You do a really great job of keeping across things. Yeah, true. The TOS and power, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Luke. Yep. Is this working? Oh, yes. I think it has worked. All right, it's getting cleaner. We're getting to have less devices. Did I set this up to activate? I believe I even did. Our gun spawner is gone. We have no gun. I think I even want to get rid of the pickaxe here. That's going to be an interesting one. I think it went like, I want it just to be hands-free. If we activate here, did we get our gun? We did. It should also, though, force you to equip this so you can, and then it should remove it when the minigame is done. Or maybe we just let them run around with their on-point guns before they get into the arcade machine. I mean, it's a cool aesthetic, the custom weapon like this. I don't know. I'm in two minds. I've got to fix the model rotation there. You can see in the animation it gets a little funky. Yeah. Okay, so more work to be done. Very cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Can agree. But what we need to do is also, so when the player spawns, at the end of this, we've got stop minigame. Stop minigame is also then going to, I think we've got arm player. I want to disarm player as well. 2 tabs back, yes. And then disarm player. Character. Let's see. All of this is going to be... It's annoying that so much of that code needs to be repeated. Maybe I just pass a bool in and then we've got grant item. Nah, two different methods make sense. Agent dot. So we've got item granter. How would I remove everything from a character? That's the question. Fort character. So what do we got? Put in status show. Item remove a device? Is that a device crazy? That would be cool if that did it. That's what we need. I think we could put an item granter and make it like null values. So we could make an item granter and then give it nothing. And then say... No, we wouldn't do that. Yeah, it is. It is a thing. All right, awesome. Remover. item remover. Excellent. That will do nicely. But we said we were going to do something. We were going to do some cleanup. First, I wanted to make sure that it worked. Then I was going to check in changes. So we're going to do that first. So this introduces custom minigame activator. And this was... hello. Oh, these shortcuts annoy me. Implemented for market. Too slow. Gonna type it myself. Yes. We'll check that in. And from there, we'll move on to... I mean, basically all of this should go, right? I have to just make sure that there's still a player spawner. Where is this one? All right, that one needs to get preserved. Everything else should die. Can go goodbye. I think, though I'm curious what will happen. Hold on, we need to take another look at this and see. Like maybe this is going to support 17 players. Maybe we do want to keep them all around just so that when, like later, when we want to support like 17 players, that we don't have to reconfigure these spawners. So this has, let's see, they've all got 2 spawners for one team. Whole bunch on team 2, and then like 1 on player on team 1. What the hell? I mean, yeah, I got to think about like, we don't need teams just yet. Use this island start. So one of them is use this island start. They all are. I mean, what does like the matchmaking and instantiation for players actually do? Does this push players into... does it choose a random spawner? Does it check if the spawner is activated? Use the item remover device. Thank you, Jess. That's good. And thank you again, Crazy, for making the suggestion in the first place. That's going to be really helpful. But... yeah, I don't know. All these granters, I don't think we want them. Unless that's the... no, we don't want that one. We don't want this one. We don't want that one. We don't want this one. We don't want that one. What is this device here? End game device? We might actually eventually want something like that. But let's put this in. We'll move that into our game systems. Move to game devices to deal with later. Then we've got these player spawners. I mean, where's that one? Oh, they're all in the same damn spot. This is another thing that maybe now that you're like Crazy and Luke, now that you guys are here, I'm using these folders to group things, but the folders, like I don't necessarily want folders and folders and folders and folders. And when I move the folders around, there's not like I can't reorder folders automatically. They have a set order where I can reorder like objects, right? If I can't put a folder under an object. If I wanted to create something like an empty actor and then, I mean, maybe I'm just answering my own question here. Maybe I go actor. Actor goes up in there. Does player spawner get to go under actor? Is actor a good mechanism for grouping things? Because as I understand, actors have no logic related to them, though why would it be possible to damage it? All right. Well, yeah, that's weird. Let's just, for now. All of these are in the same position. This is probably a bad practice, and if you can think of a better way to do this, to like group things, like please let me know. Burlap, welcome. Good to see you here. Okay, that's in island settings. What are you referring to there, Crazy? I'm sorry, my chat automatically stopped scrolling for some reason, so... good to see you, Burlap. Can I please get some Burlap sacks in the chat for Burlap? Good to see you, man. Welcome. Item remove device. Hold on, I have seen that part. Hey, Seb, 2 streams in one day. It looks like someone is addicted to streaming. Yeah, man. It's like, well, what's actually happening? It's not... I would be streaming way more often if I was able to. I've hired a operations manager who's doing a great job, and the focus of the company is really shifting into like learning and developing good UEFN content. And so now this is one of my business's objectives, and where usually I'd be trying to like balance the things that I need to do for my business with the things that I need to do to stream. Right now I can kind of like to do both birds with one stone. So that means for this Fortnite, I get to do something that helps both helps the community grow and gets me to stream more, and also it helps my business. And so yeah, it's I'd be streaming way more if I had a little bit more time, or if the goals of the business and the channel overlapped more. But in this case, with the Fortnite content, it does. So I get to stream more, and I'm hoping to stream more for the next few days as well, at least for the next week and a bit that's left. Okay, if you're not mistaken, Sam, tags in Verse are used for grouping. Tags in Verse are used for grouping. So when you say tags in Verse, what do you mean by that? As in, like, what is okay, I'm going to have to go learn about that. That sounds like a useful thing to understand, but I don't yet know what that means. Actor is like game object. All right, good, Jess. In that case, I feel better about doing this, but a game object is not something that would have health. So why would it be possible to get damaged? This seems weird. That's a weird thing for a game object to be able to do. Game objects should be like empty containers for components like transforms or, but whatever. Is spatially loaded? No. Its position should be... hold on. If I move this, will the children move as well? Yes, that's good. We do actually want that, but we don't actually want that right now because they're kind of in an awkward position. Let's move that there. This should go a little bit more here. Probably about there, honestly. We'll put it at about ground level, then all of this can get grouped. You're saying Verse uses tags to group. I wonder what you mean by that. I really do want to understand that, Sam, because you've given... Welcome back, by the way, Sam. You've been given such useful feedback in recent streams. It's really appreciated. You can enter the topic in the AI. I haven't used it yet, but I know it is like this. Okay, yeah, cool. Thank you, Sam. I probably will. 9 more days until my birthday? Dude, you remembered, Razor. That's really cool. Yeah, Dale is a freaking hero, man. Man, I don't know what I'd be doing without Dale. Take off the pickaxe in the island settings. Thank you, Crazy. That's perfect. Spawners can go into game devices, and then elimination game devices can be eliminated. Okay, good. Let's go get those island settings. Let's look for pickaxe. Pickaxe, start with pickaxe. No, thank you. Excellent. That's cool. Very cool. All right, let's... So we need a deactivator first. Let's do that. So minigames has got the... where was it? The spawner? Not item granter. That's in game devices. We also want the item remover. Item remover. Yes, we do. Let's go get the item granter first. We'll put the item remover in the same position. I wish there's a way to like copy. I mean, can you copy all of it? Yeah, copy and then paste values to the item remover. We want the values of this. So if I want that in the same place, in theory, this here lets us paste. Excellent. Good. This can go to game devices. Yes. And now our game devices should have our item remover and our item. So this is the, I mean, we can call it light gun item remover because it's the only, just to keep it next to the granter and remover in the hierarchy in terms of names. I know it's going to remove everything, but effects, objects in device. I mean, all objects, why not? Amount to remove, yeah. Removal method, remove items, yes. Apply to just the player. Excellent. So now, okay, hold up. Okay, it's not empty container, my bad. What do you mean, Jess? The light gun item remover? Yeah, you guys helped me figure that out already. That was a very, very handy one. Honestly, I think Fortnite will be the game of the future. It has that many IPs. Once it has enough maps, it will basically be like Ready Player One. That's what they're aiming for, Crazy. Everybody's trying to do that. Like, that's what Meta is trying to do with Horizon. That's what, you know, Epic is trying to do with Fortnite. It's like, it's a cool concept. It's a cool concept. You know, they're all trying to create Ready Player One, but it's, you know, I think Verse and what they're doing with their servers is really cool. It has the potential to create a lot of interesting content. And I also just know that a lot of content creators, like they're wanting to interact with their communities and make new awesome videos. And like, you know, they have the reach in order to get a game that you develop out, which is really hard. It's really hard on other places like, you know, we could be making a Horizon game instead. We could probably have gone for one of the, you know, could have gone from one of the grants from Meta and just like got money to make a Horizon world. But instead, what I really want to do is like, and we probably should go for like an Epic Mega Grant for this, for the work that I'm doing right now. But at the same time, it's like, I really just want, I think there's a really good business case for working with like creators and people who want Fortnite content. Like if we can get good at this, and I can see the potential to be amazing at this for not just me, but the rest of my team, if we can get into that position, like it's almost limitless what we'll be able to do with it. I've got so many amazing ideas and so many people around me with great things that they want to make. And more than that, as the stream continues and as I start to work with bigger and bigger creators, the reach that we can have with the things that we build is so exciting, right? Especially when I combine this with like Actuator's really professional production approach, the way that we like schedule and manage our tasks, the way that we like estimate the resources of the team, we manage the backlog of the work, we keep like, you know, we do our burn downs, we run our project management processes, all of that in conjunction with the speed that you can move in this. And then, you know, the simplicity of implementing ideas once we have processes locked down is going to make for a really exciting, like perfect storm, I hope, for us to be making all sorts of awesome games. You can enter this topic in the AI, but yeah, okay. Sam, I'm definitely I need to learn about tagging stuff. I need to learn about grouping stuff. I am starting to get a better idea. I think using Actor as like a high level container is going to be doing most of what I need, at least. It'll make it similar to what I'm used to in other engines, but Bots, dude, welcome, Bots1. You're becoming a regular. I love to see you here. Every time you come back, you engage with the chat, man. You getting to know the rest of the people here. Can everybody make Bots feel welcome? Give him like a salute or a hello, Bots, or a tip of the hat or something. Crazy, your birthday is in 2 weeks? Dude, your birthday's pretty close to mine, dude. Yeah, Leo's all the way. That's awesome, dude. I need to start to like plan what I do for my, I really need to start to plan what I'm doing for Fast thinks I should do a subathon. She's really like, she's staunch on the idea that subathons are a great chance, like that birthdays are a great thing to celebrate with your community and that I should be doing a subathon. So I might need to really like take some time, like half a day to plan something like that. But, you know, I'll let you guys know as soon as I have a concrete plan, but it's like time is running out to plan it properly. So I really need to get onto it. Unlike Fast, like I have more things going on than just like in terms of business. Fast has got lots of going on in her life, but I can't like justify taking the amount of time that she does to prepare and run a subathon. So I have to like figure out how to fit it in. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But thank you again for remembering, by the way, Razor, about the birthday. That's a pretty cool thing for you to do. Sam, this is my studio's map, but we're making this one with FastV's creator code, but we're using the intellectual property of my studio. So it's, yeah, essentially this, you can think of it as my map, but I'm working on it with the other people at my studio at the moment. And we're all using this map as an opportunity to upskill by recreating a different game that we've made. So Sam, you can have a look at like, here, this is for you, Sam. Go have a look at On Point and you'll see what we're doing, because this is already a fully fledged game that we've made. And now we're recreating like this game right here, On Point, as a map in Fortnite. So yeah, the difference is Fortnite has Goku and 95% of Marvel. Yeah. Would rather new MMO content. Like I'm actually seeing the direction that they're taking here, especially with the way that they're managing data. There might be ways to have like global data in really like fast, like really quickly cached databases with massive stores of information. So you could eventually come to the point where you might be able to implement like MMO type stuff in UEFN, though, you know, I think MMOs are amazing and really cool. And there's other cool tech coming out for that type of thing too. Thanks for the warm welcome. Yeah, absolutely, Bots1. Dude, it's like I'm really... So you'll notice that there's a really good community in this chat. There's always people here. We have the same regulars. A lot of them come from the community that we were just talking about with Luke, right? So there's this ecosystem of people from like from Power, from a creator group called TOS, from my sister FastV. There's a lot of like. I'm very lucky in that I get to build on the strong foundation of a large community that comes from those areas. But what I'm trying to do in addition to that is build up an interesting group of technical people who are into making games and into like technical things. And you are one of those people. I think you're somebody who's discovered us through like the software and game development category, and you've been tuning in and engaging with the content and engaging with the community. So you're a different kind of demographic that I'm really interested in like bringing into this community. So every time you're here, that's why I'm so excited and why I want to say hi. So let's see. You think a birthday subathon crazy? Like, yeah, maybe we just have to do it. Maybe we just have to do it. Am I going to sign 50 glasses? I think I'll need to keep it simple this time. Epic Online Services tank at a couple of hundred of people. Yes, but have you seen their plans to scale it, Jess? It does look like what they're doing has the potential to be scalable. And if any company can do it, I think like, you know, Epic's pretty well positioned. It's going to be either Epic or Meta that really managed to hit that scale successfully, but, you know, or some other system. I saw a really cool MMO infrastructure implemented in Unity recently that seems to have that same kind of amazing scalability. But okay, where are we at? Without getting too distracted, now we have... Excellent. Now we have our mini game. We have our light gun granter. Now we're going to have to get the remover. So this is a... it's very annoying that you can't see like... It's going to be item underscore remover underscore device if I have to guess. It's a shame that you have to guess this and there's no way to like to be sure about it. But let's have a shot. So this is the item granter. It'll be editable as well. Editable. Oh. I need to change Visual Studio so that if I press enter, it selects the highlighted option. Because right now enter goes to new line and I have to press tab, but I want enter to work because I'm so used to doing it in Writer. Editable, and this is going to be item remover. That's going to be an item remover device. Yeah, sweet, that did work. Okay, so then down here we've got our item remover. dot remove item. No, we're not gonna have to, like, I don't think we can just guess that. We're gonna have to go have a look. This is absolutely why that control click is so handy. Control click here, control click there. Remove items from, yeah, okay. So we'll have that same flow where we've got the agent dot remove, and this is going to be agent, and then that should be enough. So then when the minigame finishes, so right now we've got this like key flow here where we go stop minigame, and then here we're going to remove the disarm the player. Disarm, oh my gosh. Disarm like that. Oops. Disarm player. Excellent. Arm player, disarm player. And probably we should be using the like conventions that they want there. So like we're already passing a character in as well. So maybe we should use the word disarm character. And then I hate having like the type and then the parameter be the, because then we've got disarm character. So we probably like could also get away with disarm and then pass the variable character. So then yeah, disarm character becomes disarm and the parameter is a character. And then the same thing here. So arm player is going to become arm. But now arm is like ambiguous. It's like as in like armaments, but like arm player makes more sense than just arm. So this is going to be like give gun to, yeah. So arm player goes give gun to, and then the parameter is character. And then the same thing here. This is going to go disarm goes remove gun from. And now when we read this, our API is going to be a little bit more fluent. So we're going to stop minigame, remove gun, and then we've got teleport to target. Where do we actually arm them right now? Good question. Give gun to. Here on trigger. Let's not do that there because we're starting this here. So we've got start minigame. Let's put these things together. Gamosaurus Rex, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Dude, 3 months, you've been here nearly the whole time. I really appreciate that. It's good to see you too. Welcome, man, welcome. Sorry if I've been getting a little bit backlogged on chat, but read a bit, but Epic needs to fix their poor GPU performance first. Yeah, but Jess, have you like... Hold on. I want to make a big deal about Gamosaurus first. Welcome, dude. How are you? Thank you for the sub. I really, really appreciate that. I really appreciate you coming in, resubbing, and saying hi to everyone like that. How have you been? How have you been, man? Long time no see. I know, it's been a minute. It's been a little while. It's good to see you back here. I know I saw you... When was the last time I saw you? During Fastest Subathon, I'm pretty sure. But how are you doing? Make a big deal about Legend Gamosaurus. Absolutely. Gamosaurus was like, you know, we were very, I was like this close to getting Gamosaurus his own his own little icon for the like his own little emote. Okay. Welcome back, Nacho, dude. I'm so sorry that, like, I know how busy you are. I'm so grateful that you take the time out of your day to come like swing by this streamer. It's very disappointed Rach isn't here to not play a game and look at her phone. Little bit. I think it's kind of important to being a good streamer that you stay locked in and focused, right? I hyper focus. I think you guys probably will have noticed that is when I stream, I don't like... I've got this scene, guys. Have I used that one time? Can anybody remember an instance besides just now where I used that? I don't get up to go to the restroom. I don't go get snacks. I just like, I lock in and I'm here for like the whole stream. I put it there, but I've noticed I just like, I hardly ever use it. The only time where I like kind of did use it a little was when Rach was here and I left her with the stream, and I thought that'd be a fun experience for her and for you guys. But, you know, in general, I'm like locked in, you know, it's, most subathons aren't as crazy as fast as last one. You don't have to plan that much. You can just make it a couple of days, and things like cooking, programming, community games, maybe some small in real life stuff for a day at Actuator or something, stuff like that. Maybe fast takes over the stream for a few hours. Yeah. I get you. It's a good point, Crazy. And maybe I should just make it a simple subathon. But the other thing is like so there's a bunch of big events all kind of happening at the same time. One of them is, so first big event is at the end of this fortnight of Fortnite, we're going to have a pretty significant event, and that's the 1 year anniversary of On Point's early access launch. So that's going to be a thing. Hopefully we'll have a Fortnite map to play together as a community. And then the day after that is going to be my birthday, right? So it's going to be 3 big things back to back. And up until then, I'm going to be working really hard to get this Fortnite map ready in time for that, right? So it's going to be huge. There's going to be a big series of things happening. And so if I could just roll straight into the birthday subathon then and like make it a huge freaking thing. Why not? Like roll into a whole bunch of events all grouped together. But I do need to take a little bit of time to plan it, especially with the subathon, you know? I can say, hey, I'm doing Fortnite for a fortnight, and that's like easy peasy, no problem. I can do that easy. But then on the other hand, to be like, okay, now we're going to do a big subathon. I've just seen Fast do it and how successful it was and how useful it is to like plan and execute something like that. I want to do a similar job. I want to do a similarly awesome stream. We've already got some cool tools like the leaderboard up here that we can use to enhance the whole thing. So I don't know. I kind of want to I kind of want to do something special if I can. Fast is really drilling home the importance of doing that kind of thing. Gamosaurus, you've been busy working on a site, but in limbo at the moment. Cool. What kind of site? No, working on site. Getcha. You're actually going into the premises in order to do stuff. Yeah, gotcha. See, Nacho, this is why your emote is the most used emote by like far for us. It's crazy just dropping that Nacho to say hi. That's really cool. How are you searching like this in your code and renaming something? How are you searching like this in your code and renaming something? Control H brings up the find and replace in Visual in VS Code. Though honestly, what I would like to be able to do is F2. F2 should work. But it doesn't in this language. For some reason, Visual Studio Code doesn't understand the language well enough, even with the Verse plugin, in order to, So we've already got Verse. We've got Verse language support, but even stupidly simple things like rename, just don't work. There's no F2 here. Why would you not support renaming? That seems like a no-brainer. All the resources in the world to create this incredibly complicated programming language and backend and all that stuff, and you don't do really simple things that improve developer experience, like supporting quick renaming without finding and replacing strings in documents. What the hell, right? It's Yeah, Gamosaurus, remember we started prompting it up. I think when we were celebrating getting partner, you were around for that event, and all the people who were around there being active, they were, I was making emotes at that time, and I think what happened was we asked you what emote you wanted, but you weren't around, and so we ended up moving on to a different person. But yeah, but still, you were an OG dude. You were one of the people here for from back when we first got it's we first got partner and all that. It's all grown up streamer. Weepy bucket in their chat. You mean hold on. We pee in a bucket here in chat. Yeah, like I don't like, I tend to lock in and really like engage with something. I don't split my focus very often, right? So, I mean, saying that, I think you guys are realizing I'm pretty famous for getting my focus split. Like instead of coding, I'm not, there's no Pomodoro timers here. Like I'm very focused on chat. I think chat is my top priority when I'm here working. And then, you know, doing code is a secondary thing, but it's, yep. You guys remember that South Park episode with like there's that South Park episode where the World of Warcraft one, and like the guy has his mum bring in like the crap bucket so he doesn't have to get up from his computer. Ugh. Did someone say subathon? No, Nacho, don't do it. Get back, stay away from the subathon. You'll break it, Nacho. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's I'm thinking about it, but it's not like, you know, more than anything, just to grow the channel. And I need to really plan it. I actually need to put time and effort into planning the damn thing. It's, yeah, that's what I need to do. Goldie, exactly, Goldie. That's the right reaction. That's the right reaction right there. Hey, we've got Bacon. How you doing? Welcome into the channel. I didn't see you there until just now. I don't mean to alarm you, but would Fast know about streaming? Honestly, she's a noob. Yeah, you know, after those 9 years, she hasn't learned very much. I think she's very basic. But that said, I am actually, because I'm a pretty technical person, I'm actually getting to the point where I'm implementing things that she's never even done. For instance, like right now I'm in chat. I'm just going to select my IDE and look what happens. Like no hands here. I'm just selecting my IDE. Boom. See that? You see that? This is me not changing scenes. And now here, ready? I'm going to go to Unreal Engine. Hold on. I'm still in scene 1. No hands. Ready? Click. Changed environment. Completely changed environment. You know, the work we're doing here, I think, is pretty damn sweet. So things like this, I'm able to like figure those tools out and then put them on faster stream. Like another thing I've figured out that I might help her do with her stream is multi-streaming. So yeah, like me playing around with it, I am actually learning some really technical things that are helping her upgrade her stream as well. It's pretty neat. Coders that use Verse get the name correct first time. Yeah, get their first time, or like Verse time. Wind farm in the Kangaroo most mornings. In the Karoo. Wind farm in the Karoo most mornings. Oh, so you're like way on site, dude. Gamosaurus, you're like proper on site. Damn, man. Kindly click update IDE before my brain dribbles out of my nostrils. Which IDE needs updating? Is it... Hold on. Which one? It's got to be... I mean, Cursor might need an update. The only IDE I'm using right now is... I mean, this is all the way up to date. What do you mean? You mean this button here? You mean this button up here, Nacho? Because that's publish, like build, like this is like the compile code button. What else am I missing? Somewhere there might be an update notification, but it's funny, on Stack Exchange, you want to know what my top post is of all time? The thing that got me more Stack Exchange credit than anything else is actually I'll show you. This is pretty funny. Here, we're going to go, before Stack Overflow was killed by AI. Here, look, if I can break down like where my, look at this. More of my like Stack Overflow clout came from how to like update Visual Studio Code than anything else. For some reason, somehow I was like the first person to be like, oh, this is how you update Visual Studio Code. Look, 28 of the answers, 28 upvotes came from like, among all of it, so much clout came from this ridiculously simple answer about how to update IDEs It's so stupid. It's like I've got so many deeply technical mathematical like code language feature answers on other things. And the thing that got me more clout than anything is that go help and go check for updates to update your IDE. It's so freaking funny. Like that is like, yeah. The moral of the story is if you care about, if you too want to get 544 reputation on Stack Overflow, don't go answering difficult questions. Just go tell people how to update their IDE. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Proceeds to, what are you talking about? Crazy. That is crazy. Oh, no, yeah, I know the one. I know, spraying her in poo, the World of Warcraft episode. Absolutely. So, there was, so more of all, okay, hold on. There's a conversation happening here, and I'm not following the thread, and I should be, but I'm not. VS Code in the bottom left. All right, hold on. Where? In the bottom left. This is like where? Where's the update? Install update. He's right. I should update my Stack Overflow answer to include this. I should 100% do that. That's actually really funny, Nacho. I should have taken a screenshot before this update happened and then use that to update my answer and be like, oh, now these days, in the bottom left, you can look for this little thing, and then I'd get even more Stack Overflow clout. Yep, that would be way better. All right, we will update now. And then maybe our autocomplete will work. Wouldn't that be great? The cog, yeah. Okay, you guys are right. It's funny because I literally just updated this, just installed VS Code. So, okay, so it's got like, we can configure our language model. A whole bunch of like the chat modes. Oh, I need to go and look into what like native integration there is instead of just like, maybe VS Code is completely caught up to like to Cursor and I can uninstall Cursor because I don't know, something icky about Cursor for whatever reason. Oh, cool. Where's that option? Here, must be this. Maybe this is kind of decent. Who knows? Maybe it's better than Cursor. We're gonna find out one day. I don't know. So that's neat. What else is new? Yeah, okay. Is this the chat that it's talking about? It seems to be. I mean, I bet it can't do verse though. That's the thing. What the hell? What the hell are these little Pokemon in the bottom left doing? This is on the official Visual Studio release notes. Is a dude with the little Pokemon, VS Code Pokemon add-on. Not the most professional thing. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, is this the chat? Yeah, all right. This seems like this update introduces something a lot like what we've been doing in Cursor so far. It can run terminal commands. That means it can work like an agent. That's a big win. Agent awareness. So basically, this just killed Cursor. If anybody has invested in Cursor, now would be the time to pull your funds. Agent mode badge indicator. Okay, cool. Wow, what a massive update, guys. MCP for support. This is one thing I'd like to investigate for this website here, guys. There's we have the Epic Developer Assistant, and this should have some kind of support for MCP. And like MCP is the protocol that AIs can use to communicate with programs. So it would be worth looking at whether if this has MCP support, whether we can integrate with whatever model is sitting behind this chat and this prompting system that we've used. That could be very, very handy. But that's a future thing to explore. What else have we got? MCP server stuff. Okay, cool. There's a lot of new stuff. But good to be aware of it. All right, that's enough time reading release notes. Okay. We will use that. I don't think we're going to use it right this minute. I am a brain surgeon, but here's how to eat a hamburger nacho. Yeah, that's a little bit like that. It's a little bit like that with Stack Overflow sometimes. Sometimes people don't want instructions on brain surgery. They just want to know about hamburger consumption. It's pretty funny. Yo, Jacket, how you doing? Good to see you back. It's been a minute since you've been in the chat. How have you been, my friend? It's good to see you here. Jacket is back in the chat, guys. I just steamrolled your Stack Overflow post. Be sure to look for the cog. Yeah, nice, nice. You've got, hold on. You've got a video of your streaming. What did I just clip? Hold on. We're going to be famous. What happened? I think I need to see this. Yep, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I could pull a screenshot from earlier in stream. That's absolutely right. That's a good idea. Jacket, we're working on UEFN tonight. We're making a Fortnite map. GitHub Copilot does seem to be a big part of that update. Yes. Okay, Sly, I'm always cursing. It costs me nothing. Not unless you use the swear jar. Yeah, we're going to have to get that swear jar rolled out at some point. It's like basically, if I just need to do a little bit of optimization and just have some parallel processing for the audio to text and like break the audio up into chunks and then process them in parallel so that it doesn't get backlogged. And then I could deploy it and put it live if I wanted to. I think that would be enough for it to be ready. We also need to do a little bit more support for like multiple streamers and like separating context. So that like we have multiple Whisper models listening to multiple streamers, so that it's like attributing, like it's like taking the audio, splitting it up into parts, remembering who the part was related to as a streamer, checking it, taking it, and then reconstructing it and putting it back in sequence. There's a bit more work to be done, like just tweaking and tuning those systems, but then after that, I could just put it live for any streamer to use, and I really want to do it because that was like what we set out to do in the first place. It still isn't even on FastV's stream, but FastV is so much like she really wants it to be perfect before it's, before she uses something. You've been using Claude Bots 1? Yeah, I think Claude so far is the best agent for code that I have come across. 4.0 is also pretty good, but like Claude definitely takes the cake. You've been doing good, well, Jacket. That's awesome. I also hooked our Elasticsearch data up to Claude via MCP. Cool. And you can basically just talk to the data in English. I know, it's so freaking cool. Hey, it's really, really neat. I need to explore MCP a lot more. You've been tired and busy, but I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to have you back, well, Jacket. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I tried to get me doing the update to put it on Stack Overflow. Oh, right. Crazy. That's actually, yeah, that's smart and funny. That's smart and funny. I like that. You still play Fortnite sometimes? You reckon you'll give it a try? Yeah, cool. It's, to be fair, Jacket, this isn't going to be like other Fortnite maps. It's going to be really different. Have you ever played any aim trainers? Because that's what we're making. We're making like an aim trainer type of experience, but we're doing it in Fortnite instead. I've whispered to models when I was working backstage in fashion shows. Dude, Sly. That is a very Sly thing to do. All right, so we've now got give gun to character and we've got remove gun from character. That's a part of the process. We introduced the item grounder, but now we also have our item remover. We're going to build that and make sure that Verse has this code, and then we'll head across into Unreal Engine. We'll push those Verse changes, and I think that should be all we need to do, apart from making sure that our minigame activator, it knows about our light gun remover. So let's update that here. Light gun remover. Excellent. Then if it's done, we'll save that selected thing. Still hasn't done the push verse changes. Let's just make sure it's all done. We can build that. Back in the editor, we'll push verse changes when it's ready. It seems ready. Push the verse changes. Then we're going to push the scene changes. Then we're going to go into the editor. Sorry, not the editor. Then we're going to go into the actual... it's such a slow process to get like little changes into Unreal. Like it's very quick to make the changes, and that's a very powerful thing about this, but it's very slow to actually act on the change, you know, like to actually get to see the changes, like to deploy the changes is probably the best way to describe this. But hey, way back we had a question, and it was related to how slow it was to process everything. Who asked it? I think it was it Jess? You were talking about how the poor GPU performance was like a big issue, Jess. Have you, like, you know that the entire UEFN system is still running on blueprints? Like, it's the blueprint system that that Verse maps onto. So the Verse code generates blueprints, and the blueprints then go and run in, like, actually execute as like you know, that gets turned into the machine language. So there's this whole layer of abstraction right now that can be optimized away from it if they just remove the, you know, if they compile directly to machine language from Verse, and that's on the roadmap for them. They're going to do that. So the moment they do that, it's going to get so much more performant, like way, way, way more performant. Double abstraction, exactly. I see, ooh, hello. I see Veins, welcome. Good to have you here, dude. Do you have verse code for custom currency? You can't find any good one to use with a shop system. I'm still learning Verse right now, and that's a good answer to Sam's question. A good segue to Sam's question as well. Will I still be making Fortnite maps after 14 days or something else? Yes, absolutely. But I'm going to take a break from Fortnite maps to do probably a subathon for a little while, and from that I'm going to switch back into. After that, I think what I'll be doing is I'm going to be making Dev a Tamagotchi. I'll be turning her into an online Tamagotchi with our pet feeder. So there's a digital, it's kind of like a programmable pet feeder. It's not actually. It's supposed to work with an app, but we're going to hack the app. We're going to be able to send instructions to this pet feeder to dispense treats. And so that'll be the next project. I'm going to do that project and get that installed in DevStream. And then from there, I think there's a backlog of projects, but I think that's the order of things. And it could be the case that we do some work, I think potentially with Overstrand. Overstrand is interested in doing some UEFN stuff, which is a big part of why we're doing this. But keep in mind, guys, like we're now talking about a couple of weeks down the road, and in, you know, Q4, we need to be launching OnPoint. So it might be the case that we switch back to developing OnPoint, you know, maybe even turning it into an FPS. If it turns out that you guys love this, if you really love the aim trainer mode that we're building into Fortnite, then I like, it makes sense for me to just turn that into, you know, the a Steam version of OnPoint that plays like in a similar way. So, okay, so you've started last year, October, with UEFN, not specially Verse. I use finished codes and already reached $3 million of playtime on your maps. I see, dude, that's really, really cool. That's really cool. Can I get some claps in the chat for Icy? That's amazing that you have come by this stream then. Like, that's really cool, dude, because we're in the process of learning right now, right? If you've got 3 million hours of playtime, then dude, like, you're the kind of person we love to have around. That's awesome, man. Big claps for that. Very impressive. We're only just getting started, man. We're only just getting started with this. So we have a lot to learn as we do this. We've been doing, like, you know, I've spent my entire life doing games. I'm a career game developer, like a game studio director. And for me, games is second nature, but I've never worked with UEFN before. So we're really on a learning journey right now, as the stream name suggests. So we're learning Verse and UEFN right now. Okay, has this pushed? Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Let's keep playing. All right, now we're in game. Let's have a quick look. So from here, We definitely don't have any guns. We don't have our gun, which is excellent. If we go activate, do we get our gun? Yes, we do, but it doesn't swap to the gun. And that's what I definitely want this to do. I want this to swap to our gun. So why wouldn't that be working? So maybe that's a setting on our, it could be a setting on our item granter. Though I doubt it. It's probably not. Maybe someone in the chat knows about how to force it to like take a gun but equip the gun. Because if you noticed, actually let's go back and start the game again. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of bugs in the code that you need to fix yourself. Yeah. The assistant is very, very, very handy. You started last year, October. You've been doing it like, he's been doing it for a really long time now. I see, Sam. Sam seems to be a veteran, dude. He's like that. If he's got 3 million views on his games, sorry, 3 million hours on his games, and he's been doing it since October last year. This dude knows his stuff, and he probably knows more than that from the assistant, like more than the assistant does. You have a Google link with a lot of verse code. If I want it, it's free. Yeah, I won't say no to that, Icy. Absolutely. If you want to link that, that could be really, really handy to use as reference. But we do tend to like implement a lot of stuff ourselves. And right now I'm really trying to learn by building lots of stuff. That's the best way to learn. So just by making and failing. So I'm trying to kind of fail fast here, if that makes any sense. Burlap, you're going to bed. Good night, man. Thank you for swinging by the stream. Can we get some burlaps in the chat for Burlap as he goes? Have a good night, man. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate that. There may be a setting on the item granter. That's my thought too. I think, notice that we've got no, also though, like notice we've got no pickaxe. There's no pickaxe here. But the moment Icy Veins, thank you so much for the follow, man. Much, much appreciated. As I hit this platform and teleport, okay, no, actually I don't get the pickaxe, but I didn't select the gun, which I definitely want to. I want to automatically do that. I maybe even want to disable the hands, right? So, item granter. Let's see. Is there something here? Equip, yes. Equip item granted. I mean, remove item on grant. No. What item would we remove? We need to like disable the, I want to disable like not having a weapon. I want a person to only be able to, like we don't need any initial ammo because we have infinite ammo. I want it to be the case that the person can't even select their not gun. But that's a good change. That's definitely a good change. We'll push that and just double check now. So thank you so much for the follow, Icy Veins. Icy Veins. Yeah, I'm going to call you Icy. You know what? You're actually, I hope you come back through here. So what we're going to do, just to make sure you feel welcome and so that I don't like stumble over your name, I'm going to add your name to our custom names list. We've got a lot of, it's just because I also because I don't want to misread it. Where are we? So let's see. All right, it's fine. We can find it directly. So we've got work and based code. Actually, hold on. Is it still FastV, stream tools? Where did I have it? Here's a good start. I think infrastructure, stores, names. Gosh, that's pretty well nested. We'll add a new one in here. Icy Veins. There we go. And I'm going to call you Icy. Icy, done. Nice. So next time I restart that system, if you drop a chat message here, Icy, we're going to get to see it there. Thank you so much for swinging by and following. It's awesome to have more experienced UEFN developers. We need more people around like that as we're learning and scaling up. But I think a simple economy system is not that hard to code. It depends. Yeah, a simple economy system, probably not. But it depends what kind of economy system is needed. If Dev gets Tamagotchi on her stream, can I bulky it as she bullies me? I mean, what do you mean by bulky it? You can definitely like, you could be like, oh, it's so cute, Dev, have a treat, and then like send her a treat, and then it'll go, bzz, it'll spit out some like doggy treat like shaped biscuits that we might do in a cooking stream potentially. I don't know. I'm not sure how we're gonna do it. You can check the item granter or spawner, the time to spawn for the item. Yeah. We've just gone and found that setting. That's awesome. But thank you, Icy. Where are we at? We've got, okay, save that selected change. And then we can push those changes. And then as I hit that activator, it should pull the gun out. And I also would like it to, probably the remover, I want it to, no, we don't need to do anything. As the remover goes there, the gun will be gone. It'll go back to their hands automatically. So yeah. Jess, AI tells me grant action, choose what happens, and replace the current item. Equip grant item if you want to. Yeah, I've just checked that, Jess. Sorry, I'm now catching up with the messages. You guys you're moving so damn fast. It's hard for me to keep up, and I'm trying to read everything. Check my Fortnite, GG, it's the same name, Icy Veins FN. Can I post links here? I think if you post a link, Icy, Goldie's the mod, he'll probably allow it through. If not, I can click allow on the links, but like try it. I think by default they're blocked, but we'll let them through. We'll let your ones through for sure. Go ahead and do that. Google Drive for verse code. You know, the best thing to do for that, if you really want to help the whole community, is to join our Discord and to drop it in the project section of the Discord. That's a really great place for that type of thing. And it'll help me find it too, because if you drop it here once, I'm probably just going to go paste it there so that I can find out later. If you want to also join the Discord, you'd be very, very welcome there, Icy. Up to Seb on that one. You may need to change the cycle behavior. Maybe the second player won't receive a gun. You need to play test it. Yeah, I absolutely still do need to play test with multiple players. Definitely, it might even happen at the end of this stream, to be honest, Icy. Island settings to disable the pickaxe. Yes, good call, Jess. We already found and corrected that one. Man, it's so helpful having you guys here to be able to like call things out. Sly, with the pet feeder, can you talk direct to it on the LAN, or does it require a connection to the manufacturer's server? The way we'll be implementing this, it's, you know, we'll see how we implement this. There are multiple ways we could do it, Sly, but I think probably we might just use the REST API that the manufacturer uses, and then, you know, we'll like encode a password, and then it'll go probably through the manufacturer, I'm imagining. And I can bully it. Yeah, Gamosaurus Rex, you can if you want to. You absolutely can. It's all good for... Okay, cool. Thank you, Icy. Here's a link for a lot of verse codes. It got leaked because it's unfair for these prices. Look, no, Icy, if somebody wants us to pay for that and it got leaked, I'm not comfortable with necessarily posting it here for free. If it's a paid product, then like somebody took the time probably to write it. So they're for finished Fortnite maps. But yeah, if you know what I mean, man, I really appreciate you trying to help out. That's like a pretty cool thing to do from you. But at the same time, I probably do want to respect that if a person's like, you know, if it's supposed to be paid, then it's supposed to be paid. But yeah. But still, it's a really nice thing. It's a really nice thought of you. Like, you're trying to be helpful, and I super appreciate that. That's a very, very good thing. So where are we? One step at a time. Man, I'm having trouble keeping up with chat, guys. So you can see it right there. Hold on. No, wait. I'm the type of man that wants to write code for myself. It's more satisfying than copying. Like, it can be from time to time, but like at the same time, you have to know when to use something and when to write it yourself. Like, so many developers waste so much time just implementing everything everything themselves, and we often forget that we stand on the shoulders of giants whenever we turn on a computer. You're using an operating system, you're using a programming language that somebody else wrote, you're using so many things that somebody else wrote. Why draw this arbitrary line where it's like, now that I'm doing this particular thing, I'm going to do everything here myself? If somebody else has done it, like, why not use it? Okay, like, yeah, I think Jess is right. If you guys want to post that in the Discord, go ahead. But I am still like pretty interested in making sure that if it's like, I don't want somebody's if somebody put a lot of time and effort into building up a bunch of code and didn't want others to use it, I don't necessarily think we should be trying to like distribute it ourselves. We kind of like should respect the licenses that come with that code. Okay, well, Jacket, thank you so much for swinging by the stream. I really appreciate you doing that. Posted on fn.gg, links in the Discord. Thank you, Icy, much appreciated. At the moment, dead maps, but Squid Game is soon available. I'm already building a map for that. Cool, man, very cool. I'm saying that the brain dead copying is bad, not using patterns. Yeah, I agree with that. Often, like, you can learn a lot from copying code and adapting it as well. But, you know, often you wind up in problems where if it's badly implemented, you wind up maintaining somebody else's badly implemented code. And that's never fun. Just with those online services, often manufacturers of IoT products go out of business over time, leaving behind useless products. So it can be done local. It's probably best, in your opinion, the implementation. Yeah, I think this particular one is still working, and if it isn't, like, I checked that there are other ways to like directly interface with it over LAN. So yeah, either way, we'll be in a good position to do something with it. It's going to be a pretty gaggy. It's just going to be a gag. It's going to be a quick and fun project for now, and then we'll take it from there and see what happens. Let me get back into this because I've been yapping a lot. It's a very active chat, and I always take the time to answer everyone. I probably have to start to find a better balance. But you guys, like, we're such a tight community. I can't not read your messages and engage with them. It's so hard. All right, we should be in the. Let's see. We should be here. Where are we? So, from there we should go to first person with the gun. Excellent. 8, 9, 10, and back. And back, and back, and the remover didn't work. Why did the remover not work? Let's just go see if that ran. We'll put a print, remove the gun from character. I mean, maybe we need an else here. Else, gun not removed. So one thing I don't necessarily like about the way the language is, like, it's a lot of strings that are going to wind up throughout our code base. Yep. Let's do a quick build, have a quick test. Character.getAgent. Remove, item remover.remove. Maybe this is where the problem is. Remove items from the agent's inventory. The items that are removed can be configured using affected items. What's it? Affected items. So item remover, I think we set this up to remove everything under affected items. Affected objects, all objects. Are items different from objects? I imagine not, right? Weapons and items. All objects, affects all droppable items. You can drop guns, so I'm guessing this works for everything. Amount to remove. Remove everything. Method removal. Remove the items. This should be fine. I imagine that's fine. Why would that then not be working? What have we got? The light gun remover is definitely the thing assigned. Interesting. We're gonna go see in the logs if we push this. We'll see if there's any All right, hold up. Yeah, I've been yapping for 10 minutes coding, 20 minutes of yapping. It's a little bit like that for sure. Or if you place the mutator zone on which activates the item remover if entering the zone. I mean, we could put the mutator zone there, but that could it could interfere in other ways. Like if we move, no, actually that's not a problem. That's not a problem. A mutator zone would be totally fine, but we should be able to trigger it like this, right? Like there's no reason that, we know for a fact that we, so let's see, have a look. There's other code that runs that we know works. So stop minigame runs, because stop minigame, it teleports us back and we see minigame finished. So we know that this, the code that precedes this runs. So this runs, so why isn't that running? I think you need to put the pistol inside the item remover. I know it's, you only know, okay. But at the same time, if I remove all objects, shouldn't that work? All objects, I mean, we can just say weapons. All objects, no, I think I understand what you're saying. That's annoying though. Item granter has a combat pistol, so we're gonna have to add a combat pistol. We want to, no, well, not that, hold on. That needs to be the combat pistol then. Combat pistol. What was the level? Is that it? Combat pistol. Let's copy that. See if we then paste that into the item remover. Paste. Hello? Is it locked up? It is locked up. Okay, cool. Let's give that a shot. Let's push those changes. Thank you, Icy. What is the item you've put in the item list of the item granter? Yes, it's a combat pistol. Sorry for the topic. Yap, but you have your... By the way, sorry for no topic yap, but you have yours favorite club? Do I have a favorite club? Sam, are you asking what kind of club that I like? Or yeah, if you can clarify, I'd love to answer that question, Sam, but I'm not sure what you mean. All that are in the list, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Everything that's in the list. Yeah, so that should work. Football club. I mean, Manchester United's pretty cool. If you're talking about soccer, football, of course you are there. Or you could be talking about NRL or AFL or rugby league here. I mean, I like the Titans for rugby league. I like Collingwood for AFL. Or yeah. I mean, there's lots of different kinds of football, Sam. But those are answers for a lot of those different things. I don't really follow NRL. The Titans, yeah, because I grew up on the Gold Coast. So I'm not really that into it, but sorry for your pain. Yeah. Collingwood, look, to tell you the truth, guys, these are just the games that I've gone to. I've been to a few football games now and then. Recently I went with Lockie from Power and Loser Fruit and Tanner and Dev and we all went to see AFL together, and it was the first AFL game I'd ever been to, and we watched Collingwood, and the fans were so freaking passionate. I feel like that kind of won me over. But before that, I didn't really have any kind of allegiance. Yeah. Use revision control. Epic could see this, and maybe you get better tabs and into Discover then. Use the whole UEFN. There's a guide to make your maps better chances to discover with graphics and in forms. Yeah, I see. That's really, really handy. That's really, really good to know. We are going to be doing all of that stuff. We're definitely going to need to be doing all of that stuff. Creating a thumbnail is going to be like a really important task for this. But yeah, I'm going to actually make a note of this, of what you're saying here. I'm going to send this to our devs, the actuator devs, and make a point about it. Let's see, chat with lots of UEFN experience. There we go. Yeah, and I'll try and make sure my producer takes note of that, because we do actually need to spend some time and effort doing that type of thing. You don't need to push every time. The thumbnail is more important than the map, to be honest. Yeah, it's a bit like that with YouTube videos these days. But yeah, thumbnail creation, very, very, very important. I'm with you. All right, is it still updating the session? Look how long this takes, guys. It really interrupts your workflow to have to wait for this every time, unfortunately. I only push changes when UEFN is telling me it's orange. I don't want to wait the whole day for pushing. When you say orange, you mean, yeah, gotcha. So otherwise it automatically does it, huh? That's good to know, because I am wasting so much time with it. Okay, we're in our first person mode. And now, after 10 seconds, remove the gun. Bam. Bam. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. And then we can't reactivate. Excellent. Excellent. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, what's next? What is next, guys? Let's do some cleanups. This conditional button, don't need it. Custom weapon manager. Oh yeah, I guess we kind of do need that, but that should be somewhere else. That should be in our game devices. What was this one? What are we doing with this trigger? I don't believe we need it, but hold on. First things first, we should check in our changes with the new changes we've made. So what did we do? We did a bit of cleanup. Scene cleanup. But the main thing we did was grant and remove weapons and remove guns properly. Like improved grant and remove guns. Grant and remove handgun. Light gun. Excellent. Those player spawners got moved under spawner. All right, cool. And then we can start messing with more stuff. Excellent. Wham, bam, bam, wham. Exactly. We got a clap from Crazy. We got a psyched up let's go from Sam. We got a boom from Jess. Hell yeah, it's all happening, guys. It's all happening. It's all happening. And thank you for your help, by the way, Icy. Let's go. Very, very, very cool. All right, sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. So what was this thing as well? Because HUD messages device, I don't know about that. HUD controller, I also don't know about that. All of these systems, I mean, I don't even know what that trigger's associated with. I think we can just get rid of a bunch of it. What's this thing? Ah, this is from new targets. That's another thing that we really need to start working on, right? We've got these assets in. I've got this like our own custom target that I want to get working really, really nicely with like explodiness and all that good stuff. So let's see. The trigger has something on the trigger. Noted. Noted. Where though? User options. Here on L. Yep. VFX power up. And this must be something that was used for testing. Here's the power up. All right, what is it? Oh, interesting. Is there some way to play this, to test it? Or is this just something that, I think a lot of this is like the artists playing around. Yeah. It's the clear globe. Okay. Beautiful beard. I mean, have you seen this man's beautiful beard? Let's get a message in the chat from Goalie so we can get a good look at it. It's all right, hold on. I'm missing messages again. Yeah, W's for everyone who helped. Probably might be a stretch, but it works. Right. No problem. Me every time on Discord if anyone needs help. I'm not a pro, dude, but you got 3 million hours of people playing your maps. I think you're probably the most experienced person at this thing in the whole chat. So that's awesome. Probably in the whole, like, on Discord too. So very cool. If we ever really, like, you know, if you're ever around, please feel welcome here. Okay. I don't know what this is for, but for that reason, I'm inclined to, I think this is the artist's testing things. I think probably this trigger is designed to just activate this thing, and I want to simplify. So we can recreate that. I'm sure that's not important to any game logic. We don't really have any game logic in here yet. So both those things can go. So we've got the sheep mini game. That's one thing. I mean, that's like maybe target smashing and stuff like that. Maybe I need to, like, we've got splash. Okay, those splashes need to go with the environment. So this is a part of the on-point world, truly, right? Yeah, we've got the fountain. Those VFX should go with should be parented to that fountain. So let's go find those. Let's get all of these splashes, stick them under the fountain, because that's really where they ought to be. Where was it? Ugh, so much scrolling. What if I group them and then put the group under here? I can't even do that. Let's undo that. It's not like a... I don't know if I can, like, cut. You can't really cut here, can you? Move to... I mean, this is for folders. I wish this had been placed in an appropriate place in the first place. So here's our fountain. I think also this is from the look of it, it's a... I don't know if I can even add those VFX here, but probably that's where they should be, right? Atmospheric filters. Can I type? No, I just have to scroll and find it. That's so frustrating. S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Keep going. F, fences. C, fountain, please. There it is. Gosh, that took a minute. What else we got? Got these dummy racks. Yeah, this stuff needs to go into... All right, this is the hills minigame. So we probably should start to... Minigames. We've got the market. Let's create an empty object. Sorry, I'm falling behind. I'm getting focused and I need to actually go check. Let's see some chaos physics exploding that target. We already have some system in there for that, actually, Jess. I need to go see how it's implemented and re-implement it. That's another thing that we absolutely have to do is we're going to start building mini games pretty soon. So first I want to finish the loading so that things teleport into each of the mini game locations and back first. And from there, we're going to go and implement a whole bunch of other stuff. It's just about algorithms and know what kids want to play. Absolutely, yeah. Luckily, we get to work with some pretty cool content creators. I see. I'm around a lot of people who make Fortnite, and I just want to get really good at doing that so that I can work on maps for them. And so they also they really, really know what people want. They really know what people want to play. So I'm more focused on becoming technically excellent and building good practices and processes to use, and taking the years of experience I have building games and using that to make Fortnite games. So yeah, and it's so cool that you're not only you've done a lot of this, but you're so active in the chat. I really love that, man. I appreciate you being here. That's not even half of it these days. That pic is so old. Dude, his beard is like, it's magnificent. It's a magnificent beard. You know what? I need to be actually... Maybe can anyone recommend a good program that I can use to interact with chat? Maybe we'll just use our own. We wrote one. Maybe I just need a new floating window, and I'll use something like... to tab to it, and then it'll I can use that window to trigger looking at chat like this, and then we can go over the messages. But for Fortnite, you need to think a little bit like a kid. The player base are kids, to be honest, so build colorful maps, childlike thumbnails, and easy maps. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm hoping that's what we're doing with this one, Icy. I think that really actually fits what we've done here. So this is for you, Icy. You can go have a look at the game that my studio has made. So my studio is Actuator Digital. So you can have a look at that too. That's a bit about me. And so On Point is the game we've created. Yeah, it looks really cool and colorful. I'm hoping that what we're making there really leans into that. So yeah, I think it's a good fit. I think it's a really good fit. Gamosaurus, I hope I didn't miss you. I hope I didn't miss you, and you're still here. Like you're hanging around to hear me say goodbye. That's awesome that you hung around and you're here. It was so good to see you again. Good night, dude. I'll see you when you're next around. Thank you for swinging by. Publish maps on Friday or Tuesday. Why Tuesday? If you get tabs in Tuesday, you get your second push 4 days after. So all right, yeah. Yeah, there's so much to focus on with this, Icy. I would really, really invite you to jump into the Discord. I'm gonna give you one more here, Discord. I don't know if we already did that, but please join us there. I would love to, I would love to see you in the stream more. And if I really run into some hard problems, maybe I can be like, hey, what do you think of X and Y and Z? We probably could have even a Fortnite map development channel there. Could be really good to do. I'm not sure if I want to jump on to actually making that just yet, but it's probably going to be a big part of what we do here. I really want to be making more Fortnite maps, and there's going to be a lot of that kind of stuff going on in this channel. So that's really cool that you're here and that you're into the stuff that we're doing. So let's make Diablo 4 with extra horror mode. that is not kid friendly, but I appreciate what you're putting down, Sam. It would be fun. I have some other really great ideas that I want to build, so when it comes to it, we'll get there. And your map earnings depends on how much money Epic made. All right, the best month is December. Yeah. It's like that for all computer games. On Point did really well in December. We've also got a bunch of Christmas art that we can add into this, just from the last time that we did those maps. But yeah, Gorky, is that you vibing out to the music with the animated emotes? Because I really am feeling this music. This is usually this is at the start of my playlist. This means we've gone around the whole playlist, even though it's random. It's the fake random. Yeah. I'm glad that you like the look of our maps. You're already on the Discord and posted your Fortnite GG link. Awesome, Icy. Thank you for doing that. That's really appreciated, man. So here we go. We've got these target track dummies. We've got our mini games. I think what I need to do... This would be a curious question for you, Icy. How do you manage grouping things with an empty object? If I want a container, for instance, this is... this is market. There's a market area. I want a whole bunch of assets related to the market. Would I just do this with an actor? because you get these like really annoying situations where you can't add like, here's a thing, right? I mean, what is this? This is our verse device. I can't put the verse device under something, right? I just want to, I don't want to use a folder, but I want to group it, right? I mean, I could use a folder, but it seems weird because like if I delete a folder, everything winds up in the parent thing. If I delete something that's parented, like all the children get deleted as well. I want something just like game objects in Unity, and there doesn't seem to be anything like that, which is crazy to me. That's really strange. All right, so I guess for now we're making a folder. Move to create folder, market, there we go. And then the other thing, which we were just looking at, I mean, there's the China shop, create a subfolder, China shop, that could go there. Okay. I don't really use groups or something like that. My outliner is a mess. And I only use the search bar. Sometimes I make folders like spawn or select rooms. Okay. But now is your push changes yellow, so you need to push them? Yeah, it is now yellow. And you're saying that changed because I changed the structure, the hierarchy? Is that... Yeah. I think I understand. You're saying try not to make too many changes, so you have to minimize the frequency with which you need to push. Use the outliner to search. I mean, I've worked on so many projects that got really messy, and I don't like it for that reason. This is like all right, so this one was beautiful fields. Fields. So then all of these, where are they? I mean, those birds are related to fields. How many we've got? Oh, there's more birds here. There's, like, what mini game is that for? I guess those just are environment generally. So those can probably stay. That's the can. Oh, did that something there move? I gotta restart my media player. That's getting a little chuggy. Again, ads. I'm sorry, Icy. I wish I could turn those ads off for you. There's just no way to do it. That's just there with Twitch. If it's green, you can just play and test, like item remover. Sometimes you need to push, sometimes not. But on verse changes, you need to push every time. I think I understand, Icy. Yeah. Is there any way to simulate a something like a... You got to go? Icy, I didn't realize you were German. It's really cool that you swung by. I appreciate having another experienced person who's done UEFN stuff here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the advice you gave me. I figure these things out on my own, even without people around. But when there's somebody who knows their stuff around, it helps especially. And I appreciate all the tips that you gave, dude. You gave lots of like potentially very helpful advice. And that's always appreciated. Yeah, as Goldie said, see you later. Just PM you in the Discord if I need something. If I really get stuck, I might post something in the Discord. But thank you so much for that offer. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Icy, and thanks for swinging by. Okay, so how the hell do I how do I trigger this simulation? I'm guessing, I mean, one of the things we're going to have to do, okay, I can send you the Discord, the Discover guide. Yeah, dude, please do. If you drop that, okay, hold on. What was it? It was this was the Google Drive link. I'll go back through we've got a system, this chat system, like we coded our own custom chat system. So every message is getting logged through this system. I'll go through it and I'll find your, like the link, the Google Drive link that you sent before. Is that what you're referring to with the, yeah, actually probably in hashtag projects is better. gaming is for like playing games. Projects is for like things that people have created, or you know, projects which are interesting. Maybe just post it in the projects section. That'd be very welcome. But yeah. As Goldie and Fizz are saying, it was good to have you. Thank you for swinging by. I really, really appreciate all the help that you offered throughout the time you were here. That's awesome, man. So now, how the hell do I simulate these effects? Because I want to see what they're doing. There should be some way to like. I mean, they're not. These aren't like blueprints where I can just like. I don't know. I want to see how they actually run. And by the way, hello Fizz. I realize you're just joining, not saying goodbye to Icy. Okay, you've posted the guide in #gaming. Oh, sorry, I misread that. But that's great. I'll go check that out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Icy. Have a great night. I hope it's all good there in Germany. Thank you for swinging through. And yeah, we'll see you again soon, I hope. So what do we got? We've got these different Niagara effects. How do I look at what they actually do? I'm thinking of a Switch 2, but the news about bricking consoles is somewhat of a deterrent. Look, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Honestly, Fizz, like, maybe if one or two, like, get bricked, sure, but I wouldn't, you know, like, I wouldn't write it off just because, okay, hold on. Wasn't this thing supposed to trigger that particle effect? I mean, already this is out of date with changes we've made. We need to push the changes, I guess. Let's do that. Push those changes. And where were we with this? I want to simulate these particle effects. Let's just ask, we'll have an ask here. So if I have a Niagara effect in my scene, how do I preview it? In my outliner, I should have said. So save those selected things. Identify the object. Check the device documentation. For example, a button device uses button device. Is that the only way to do it? I can't just do this in the editor without using Verse? Can't I do this without using Verse? Isn't there something that I can use directly in the editor that causes the effect to simulate so that I can preview it without needing to write code or change the solution otherwise? Yeah, we're about to find out. Failed to validate the local source content. Let's push the Verse changes and then do that, unless I have an error. Have I left an error? This seems to be fine. Built successfully, so no problem with the Verse. This stuff seems like lies. Custom Verse Manager. Failed to validate local content. All right. Run validation fix-up. Illegal property overrides and illegal object references. What's it talking about? Ah. Yes. Go for it. Run fix-up. One package failed validation, but seemingly had no issues to fix in memory. Resaving these packages may resolve the validation issues. Okay. Do we just save? Push the Verse changes? The custom weapons manager? Yeah, sure, save that. Is that working? Gonna be annoying if this keeps like interrupting us. Yeah, Goldie's right. Like they probably, it's very unlikely a company like Nintendo would ship a seriously faulty product on that scale. And even if they do, like, so what? It's covered by like warranty, man. Go for it. If you want to Switch 2 and you can afford it, like, go for it. Let's see. I just charge it via the plug and USB-C cable in the box and have had no issues. Yeah. Goldie got one. Goldie got a Switch 2, I think from Nacho even, which is such a nice thing. That's so cool of him. Where are we at then with this? let's have a quick look. Those objects are gone. This means that's up to date. Great. So what did it say in response to our last thing? Yes, you can preview the Niagara effect in Editor without using Verse at all. Place the Niagara system in your level, select the placed effect, enable autoplay in Editor in the Details panel on the right side. All right, let's try this. In the Details panel on the right side, find Autoplay in Editor checkbox. Autoplay in Editor. Auto. Play. Auto. Editor. Man. Ensure that enabled and autoplay options are checked if you want to play by default in gameplay. See the live preview. This is what I want to see. The effect will now simulate and play in the editor viewport. No scripting required. You never need to write. Just enable autoplay in editor. Autoplay in editor. Here's the Niagara effects. This is like straight up lie. I think it's just hallucinating there a little. I mean, that's elimination VFX. No. Annoying. This is like, these aren't useful. Doesn't appear in the details for any selected Niagara effects. You're thinking of getting one for Pokemon's and the new Mario Kart since it switched to exclusive. Good news. The new Pokemon game will come out on normal Switch, but the extra benefits of game sharing, better performance, and extra reasons why I want to get one, along with the bigger screen and probably it's more durable. Yeah, that's pretty good reasons, Fizz. If it's just for the, like, I think people can be really quick to update technology sometimes when they don't necessarily need to. I think people come into the stream and sometimes they're like, whoa, what sick PC do you have? And it's like, honestly, I'm a programmer. I don't need, I don't need the world's best computer. You can get by with fairly decent hardware most of the time. It doesn't need to be cutting edge. The console doesn't necessarily need to be either. But it is a clever thing for publishers and especially for like consoles to be like, okay, we're going to have an exclusive release on a particular platform. And also developing cross-platform compatibility is a whole lot more work. Backwards compatibility especially. It's nice to be able to say like, okay, this is the hardware. Here's how strong it is. Let's go actually just like develop for this target device. Okay, the autoplay and editor properly is not present on Niagara system assets. How to preview Niagara effects in UEFN. Good. Dragging stock visual effects from the VFX folder into new levels will show the looping preview automatically in the... No, it won't. I don't believe it will, unless these effects actually do nothing. But I don't think that's the case. These should do something, right? How do I see it? I think all is yeah. For a custom Niagara effect, maybe these are custom. They won't always play. To preview, open Niagara system directly. Oh my gosh. All right, we can do that. Let's try it. Double click. No? Niagara editor? It's just taking a while to load, or is it not loading? Open the Niagara system directly in the Niagara editor. Double click the Niagara asset in the contents browser. Here it is. Okay, hold on. NS default hit effect. So where does this live? In assets, VFX. Assets, VFX. Probably that should be default hit. Default hit effect. And then we can double click this and probably preview it. That'll be good. We're really just trying to like get a lot of things organized here. What? Cannot perform a case only rename on a revision controlled asset. This is not supported. Insanity. That's stupid. All right, but what about if I put an underscore in there? That needed a H. And then rename by removing the underscore? Oh, what silliness. Okay, the asset already exists in this location with that name. Oh, very frustrating. So this is going to be default hit effect. Oh, it just went off. See that? Why did that happen? If I select it, how do I make that play? All right, what the hell? So let's see, compiling. We do want to see this. I mean, that's a good way to see it though. Play. Excellent. That's our on point hit. That's what we want to see. Okay, this is definitely our default hit effect. That's good. So let's have a look. This could be, all right, this is just like environment VFX is probably more appropriate for this. All this stuff, this volcano. I mean, probably we should organize these under props. So where are we? So environment props, we're gonna make a brand new group for this. Move to create new folder, environment. So yeah, props. The birds are a prop. The hit effect is definitely not. The birds are. The level bounds are not. We've got another default hit effect, a different one. These are all like work in progress, like things to shoot. World partition minimap. I mean, now that I look at it here, there's not actually that much. Is it being filtered? No. Maybe we've just actually been organizing things so much that we're getting to the point here. That's the level bounds. And we've got our targets. So yeah, this must be what Jose's working on right now. Target fractured. Interesting. Okay. That's not content browser. Content browser's at the bottom. Okay, hold. Yeah. I got you, crazy. I got you. Yep. Okay, it's a pain. Yep. Fizz. Since I like collecting the exclusives I can, plus the upgrade over the original gave me my first original family member. Yeah. I'll have two made. I have to make a Pokemon trade. We'll make Pokemon trades easier. Shining Diamond and Brilliant Pearl are also, yeah, right. They all have newer games. Since mine plus Dad's ones will all have Pokemon games. That's so sick, Fizz. I wish I gamed with my family. Just like I shouldn't say that because I've gamed a lot with Fass. I've been so lucky that I get to game so much with her. All right, so I think all of this is related to like target development. This is all like, this shouldn't be in the scene. This can all go to, move to work in progress stuff. And then what's left? We've got the scenes, on point world, a lot of this stuff. What actually are they? Hold on. Right, arena hubs, good, good, good. They should probably be related to the mini games, honestly, but fine, fair, no problem. No worries if they sit all like, just, I don't like the chaos of, I mean, this definitely needs to go up in, scroll way up, collapse this. On point world. I mean, they're not really. Okay, world data layers, world minimap. I mean, what is this stuff here? World partition minimap. Maybe that really should just go in with scenes anyway to keep it clean. I don't know what this object is. That seems to be, I mean, who knows? We'll keep it like that for now. All right, cool. Very cool. Bit more organized. So we've got mini games. We've got China shop. Hold on, that shouldn't be moved. There we go. Yep, China shop. Cool. All right, let's now, first things first, we'll check in these changes and just say we organize the scene a bit. The outliner hierarchy. Organize the outliner hierarchy. What else did we do? Let's see. I wonder if there's some way to change the name for our commits, but I guess it doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. So, excellent, great. We're actually at a really good point now. If I go to our scene, where are, if we've got game devices, we've got our custom weapons manager. I think this scene needs to be redesigned, unfortunately, to get rid of our arena cage, which would be pretty, I mean, maybe we just leave it actually. So that can go back a bit. And back here to the side, custom weapons manager. I wonder what it's doing. We need to look more into it. What do we have here? I think this HUD controller and device HUD controller, these don't need to be there. These might be doing something where they're like trying to set the, I don't know what they're doing. So they go. That's fine. Let's get it nice and clear. Excellent. We're starting to get somewhere with this, guys. Really starting to get somewhere with this. So with that done, the next thing will be, let's start replacing this stuff. So let's first make a new template for our first mini game. We've got the market. Let's copy this and we'll paste it in fields. Fields, excellent. Hold on. That's one very annoying thing is if I select this, that hasn't copied everything. That's only selected the top level one. We need to go there and select all of them and paste that, and then we're off. So this goes now, no longer is it market, that can go into fields. This goes to fields. Fields, fields. Marker, camera, zone. It seems to want to like... IRC just need to get sword. IRC is... what is it? IRC to me is like internet relay channel. I think of that and I'm like, yeah, that's what... you know, that's where we're chatting on right now. We're chatting on IRC because I've been implementing that kind of like code recently to do the chat systems that we've had. But IRC, I know it's an acronym for something else, Fizz. I need to get sword, but then I have everything up until the new Pokemon game, which not is apart from the Sword / Violet DLC. Fizz, you're going to think I'm really old for this one. But as far as I'm concerned, like Pokemon, there are 150 of them. It was red and blue, and they're the best games ever that happened on Nintendo. Maybe the best Pokemon games ever. Full stop. Like, period. And I'm going to make one exception for Mew, who was the 151st Pokemon, but the rest are all just made up. They're not real. They're the original Pokemon. Yeah, but Yellow just added a Pikachu, so it wasn't really a new Pokemon. Crazy agrees. Yeah, like, get out of here with your 2,000 odd Pokemon. What is it even at now? It's more than that. There's like Toastamon and Fridgemon, and like at some point they just ran out of things and started naming stuff in the room and calling them Pokemon. And that's not what it was. It was Ash Ketchum and his Pikachu exploring the world with the 151 Pokemon. You had to catch them all, and now there's 1,025. It's like, what are they even talking about? What are you talking about? It's old man Pokemon rant done, but let's be real. There's just 151 Pokemon. To pretend there's any more is just not. It's just detached from reality, or maybe I'm detached and old. Who knows? Could be that. It's probably that. Let's be honest. It's probably that. All right. Now that we have all the other mess that we've turned off here hidden, let's just actually scale this up. While I hate that I do this. I hate that I always like mess with the scene because I can't help but be a perfectionist about stuff. Very, very annoying. But there we go. Now it's a little... Is that too big? It's definitely bigger. That's too big. You know, there's a way I can do this that's like called studio mode that lets me like mess with things in a way where you can't see them, but I can still change the scenes live. It's yes, yeah. It's like it was fantasy animal dog fighting with like permanent enslavement and pocket cages. It's that's what it's all about. That's what Pokemon's all about. That's the truth of it. Yeah, can confirm. Can absolutely confirm. What am I doing? Now I'm getting these circles. I shouldn't keep tweaking everything whenever I see it. I can't help it. It's just in my nature. It's a problem, guys. I'm a tweaking addict. I can't help but like improving everything all the time where it doesn't need to be improved. It was just fine when it was slightly smaller, and now it's out of sync. Where is it? Is this as frustrating for you guys to watch as it is for me to do? Because at some point you should just leave it alone. All right, where were we? Yeah, that's a bit better. Just be gentle. Just be gentle with it. There we go. There we go, guys. Now I'm nice and big. I don't have to be a tiny little icon. There's literally keys, garbage, ice cream, chandeliers. The list goes on. It's kind of dumb at this point. Like, exactly. Keys? Seriously? Keys? You know, some Pokemon got really dark. It got really dark at some point. You know, like Cubone is like... You know the skull that Cubone's wearing? Have you ever read the original, like, you know, the original stuff from what Cubone's, like, Pokemon description thing is? It's like, he's wearing his mother's skull as a helmet. That's what's happening with Cubone. Did you guys know that? There's another Pokemon that literally, like, yep, dead mother's skull, confirmed. Goldie backs it. There's another one which was like... What was it? It was one of the ghost Pokemon, like, killed children in the night. Like, that's literally in its original description. It's like, whoa, that's dark. That is very dark. quite a, yeah, that's quite a thing. Okay, this way for that one. And we'll aim that here. You know what? Let's actually, to keep this interesting, let's go put this over. What if we hid them a little around the room? Wouldn't that be interesting? So that you can discover it a little bit more. Maybe we should hide a secret minigame level somewhere, guys. Wouldn't that be sick? Secret minigame level? Alright, there's one. There's an activator that... Oh, actually, you know what? I kind of like what Jose did, putting them really easy to find. Though it shouldn't be at one of these machines. That seems silly. That's a like hockey puck game. Let's rotate that even further then. Another 90 degrees. I'm not gonna lie, I actually do like the little snappy tool that like Unity doesn't have that, and I wish it did. I low-key wish it did. So here we go. This is the teleporter temple. So PA _temple. Shouldn't there be two? So there should be a... Is there a PB temple? PA temple and P. Okay, that's fine. PA and then P. So here's our temple. Excellent. One of my favorite mini games. Gosh, how cool does that effect look when it's in the dark like that? That portal actually looks low-key sick. All right, clear all that. Does anyone know how to like move a thing to view? So this is going to be, we've got market, instead of fields, we're going to create a new mini game for, you know what? Let's make this one temple. Fields we'll get to later. So create a new subfolder, temple. This can become temple. Then the minigame marker position. This, I want to like move that object. Okay, let's ask. So how do I move a selected object in the outliner into the position in front of my scene camera? You only like Psyduck, Penny? Why? I mean, Psyduck is sick. He's cool. Like, he was a cool character. He's a psychic, like, weird duck thing. Like, he's a... What is he? He's a duck platypus psychic. What's not to like? But also, like, give me your reasons. I'm curious. Move the object or move the viewport to the object. Yeah, I want to move the object to the viewport. That's what I'm after, Luke. So I probably should have described it just like you said, because that's way clearer. Manual work, select the object, use the viewport, gizmos. I don't want to do it with the, I don't want to snap. I know how to focus things. Move to camera. There's no direct move to camera. I feel like there is. I feel like there is, UEFN. I feel like there is little, like, ask me about UEFN, except simple things that should definitely be in the engine because people would lose their minds if this wasn't a function that was available somewhere. Surely not. Object. What about... it'll be here. I don't know how to do that. I usually just copy the transform of whatever you're looking at and paste it into what I'm moving. The thing is, I'm not looking at any particular object. Like, I could do that. You're absolutely right. I could do that. But I just want to... This is like such a basic thing in Unity. And I knew... There. Move object to camera. Yes. Move the object to camera. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Now we're cooking with gas. So now I can just like go yeah, and be like, all right, put it like right there, and then move object to camera. Yay! Only its rotations are whack because the camera had rotation and it shouldn't have. So no camera rotation, please. Excellent. Oh my God! Look, we did it. We did it, Luke. We figured the thing out. It's like it's a Unity thing that just like it speeds your process up so much once you do it. And yeah, that's gonna be handy for us. Okay, so that can go 90 degrees that way. Even a little bit more, because if I do like this. I like that you can kind of like see the perspective of that object. And that kind of tells me that I bet I'll end up using that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those little things, they're really handy. It's like, and the more time you spend in an engine, the more you learn those little things. And then when you're in a different engine, the more you miss it, man. Like I really miss not having that stuff around in, like, I think Godot, there's a way to do it in Godot, but it took me a while to find that. And while it wasn't there, it kind of drove me a little bit insane not having it. But yeah, we got it now. Okay. Minigame 2 done. That means this one, the temple can go. And so P underscore temple and PA underscore temple can be deleted. P temple and then PA underscore temple. All right, those teleporters are replaced with our new system. Let's push these changes and check it just to make sense, just to make sure. We could keep moving and do all of them, but I like to go in increments. And if this one goes well, it'll give me a little bit more confidence, and the next one might go better, and we'll kind of snowball from there. Now, if I look at it, the rotation's a little bit off. I really want it like facing perfectly in front of the range that we're going into. Yep. Completely useless until absolutely necessary. Also looks a little like a platypus. Yes, both admirable qualities. Useless until necessary. I often fall into that category. Looks like a platypus. Can't complain about that. It's like the most Australian Pokemon potentially, except for Kanga. Though nobody ever gives it credit for that, do they? Nobody ever gives it credit for that. I need to mix up my music, guys, and I also need to sort out this thing with I haven't even got the YouTube chat up. Goldie, has anybody been chatting in YouTube? Yes, we did. Rexy Edits was in the chat, and I completely missed them. That was ages ago at this point, I suspect. That's disappointing. But all right, we'll not make that mistake again. I feel like if I'm going to be on YouTube, I've got to commit to it, and I really got to be there, you know? So let's do that. Then where's our YouTube chat then? YouTube chat, please show me the YouTube chat. As I say it, I'm about to give up on it. There it is. Got it. We got it. YouTube chat. I won't miss the next one. We are back in the YouTube chat. Okay, save selected. Sorry, I thought while I was yammering that was deploying. So yeah, that's handy now to look for the orange change. Apparently, Luke, if you end up making your own chat client for your view, you can integrate them. Yeah, totally. Right now, look, this here, Luke, is our own chat client. We totally implemented this. It might even be worth like showing you how this works. So we've implemented our own, like all the custom stuff on this stream is like of our own making. So we've created what I'm calling like the based streaming tools, and they have a bunch of really like cool things in them. For instance, sorry, that should be 8,000. This is the swear jar. Like, we're going to make this available online so that anybody who wants to use the swear jar that you see on some of my other scenes, like up there in the corner, it's kind of like listening to what I say and it's catching me swear. And then it, like, every time I put a swear word in, it throws that in. But also, like, the chat above here, that's all part of these other systems that we've made. So for instance, if I wanted to, I don't know if you streamed before, Luke, you probably have. Yeah, right. The shared chat screen is not allowed. I have heard that, and for that reason, when we go to chat, we've just got the stuff from we've basically just got the stuff from Twitch here instead of integrating them both together. But we could definitely integrate it with our own chat system. So like here, you can see that this is the way that our chat system works. If you guys, so there's lots of different messages in it, but we can completely configure the way that this looks. So, you know, if we wanted red backgrounds with like a little bit more transparency and we wanted them slightly bigger, all that stuff like feeds into this. Though I have implemented something recently that like persists them. So every message it's ever recorded is now coming up here. I need to go and filter that out. But then what you get is like, you can copy the URL that has all those configuration options. And then from the clipboard, I can paste this into OBS. And so that's how we're making the chats that you see here, like the chat above me and the chat here. That's all our own like custom code that basically runs inside of a website. So we made some web tools for configuring all of that with like, you know, lots of different like neat bells and whistles, like the alignment, whether it's start or end aligned, like dense compresses all the text so that you see really like tiny stuff, as well as the profile pictures. That's another custom feature that we added. So that chat system is like one of many systems. We also did like, you know, a sub system that allows us to see like, you know, we can see who our subscribers are. We can like configure the width of it. We can do, you know, if we wanted to go like, you know, a different brand or like the, you know, the header color, you can, all of the stuff that we're making in our tools. It's like, yeah, eventually what we're going to do is publish this so that any streamer, like say Luthu thought, you know, the swear jar was cool. She just like go to our website. She could go to the base stream tools or whatever it is and put in her, you know, put in the, like configure it like this. And then she can copy that and paste it in our browser overlay by just like, yeah. So we're kind of making cool tools that we're hoping everybody will be able to use eventually. At least that's what we've been doing on this stream earlier. But yeah. I only say that because I know, yeah, the shared chat, the integrated would be great. Yeah. I think though, what Fast was saying, Luke, is that it's only a problem if it gets burned into the stream, right? I could have one chat that's off screen that has all the different messages from all the different platforms all in one place. And that means I could implement it myself with my own stuff. I think Crazy Mer, thank you for the resub, man. That's awesome. You have returned. You're here for more mischief and mayhem. Awesome, dude. We've got a project we're cooking that will introduce a lot of mischief and mayhem. I think you know of Dev. We're making a pet feeder that integrates with Dev's you know, Dev's stream soon, so that people can send her subs and stuff, and she'll get like treats from the pet feeder, which will be hilarious, I think. So that's the next mischief and mayhem that we've got planned. But it's good to see you, dude. Right, Luke. So you set up her OBS and everything. That's some hefty mod responsibilities. That's next level, dude. I didn't even realize that. I thought you were just like modding her chat and stuff like that. But geez, that's very cool. If you ever have any advice for how I can improve my my stream setup and my OBS, like please let me know, dude. I'm still learning as I go. There's lots of potential improvements that could be made here, but at the same time, how to explain? Like it's very, 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 very custom. There's very little that you see in front of you that isn't completely made bespoke for my stream and my brand and all that other stuff. So it's like, you know, if you ever in return, if you ever do feel like there's something interesting you would like implemented for like a stream, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm always looking for new projects. I think I've got another one lined up pretty soon with Creator. I've got another one we've got the one with Dev lined up pretty soon. Fastfee has a few more project ideas on the horizon. So I'm trying to fit in like big bits of work like the UEFN stuff, and then little cool streaming projects in between. So yeah, if you have anything like that, or know of anyone who wants something really cool, I think you're in a unique position to bring cool projects across to the stream, so that even if you just want help implementing things off stream, let me know too, dude. It's yeah, because I know you are the king of the mods and heavy is the crown that there's that old saying. It's like you've got a lot of responsibilities and stuff, and I know what that's like, and sometimes trying to do really custom stuff, I've just spent a lot of time recently getting up to speed with how to do a lot of things. So you've been very helpful here in this chat. If there's ever a way I can return that, just let me know, dude. Where are we at with this? I mean, hold on. We'll just go to Unreal and take it from there. Keep playing. Okay, we've got now a new pad. Boom. Whoa. That was weird. That was totally weird. And look, the gun's different. What the heck happened? Whoa. Why is it going black? Maybe Jose's done something really strange there with zones? Yeah, right. Once we catch up, there'll be plenty more possible project ideas. Totally, dude. I'm low-key pretty excited for that. That would be so sick. That would be really fun. Very clever title, by the way. 14 Days of Fortnite. I thought it was. This was Overstrand's idea. I think it came up with Over in the sauna. We were like in the sauna after the gym, and I was talking about doing this, and he was like, yeah, that'd be a good title for the streams, and you can make a YouTube video of it. He wants me to do shorts for like learning Fortnite day 1, like day 7, 2 weeks. It's like a fortnight later. This is what I got done. So I'm probably going to go back and edit this content together into a YouTube video that has that format, because he had a lot of good ideas about how to pitch this whole thing, because like for months we've been talking about making a Fortnite map with him. And so yeah, it's people dig short series, absolutely. And like that dude his YouTube stuff is next level. I freaking love his YouTube stuff, so I can't wait to like get a little better. Okay, I've teleported, and now it's going to teleport me back. Notice how there wasn't a giant black screen that came up when this one was there? That's like, what the hell? Let's try it again. And then end game, let's go again so that they reset. You didn't want to scare Seb. What do you mean you didn't want to scare Seb? What would be scaring Seb? Okay, this works. Am I standing on the ground? Yes, it's all good. I'm happy with this. We can do shooting things. The minigame finishes. And then what happens if I go here? If this goes black screen again, I'm going to be confused. Maybe you know what's happening here, Luke. I don't know what happened last time, but we'll see if it happens again. And black screen. Why'd it go black screen? Is there something in the logs? Minigame finished. What the hell? What could that be? Maybe it's something to do with those weird volumes. Openly promoting chaos spelt with a K could scare new streamers. What do you mean by that? Chaos, is this some inside joke? I don't know. Like a fade in and a fade out. Not only is it a fade in and a fade out, but there's something that like moves the player position. So it gets moved above the location where the spawning happens. I'll do it one more time. But I mean, I might even just have a quick look in the scene for what the hell is happening. So the island, we've got fields. Was it the temple? Hold on. Yeah, this needs to go in there. I hope that doesn't need to push changes, but That means this position marker. Like, what is there? Is there some like giant volume around this that is causing weirdness? No. It is very far from the rest of the level, but like, why would that? I mean, there was the bounding box. There was this level bounding box thing. Maybe it has to do with that. So the level bounds? No, it's way within the level bounds. So probably not that problem. Temple activator. Oopsie daisy. That position was just fine. All of this, though, I think a few degrees rotation that way is not a bad thing. There we go. Now we got it facing right. Okay. Read Sykes' message that I responded to. I forgot how chaos is spelt since chaos is the Swedish spelling. Okay. All right. No, I got it. I thought maybe it was like some inside joke. Are there level sequences? That's a really good question, Luke. I have a follow-up question. What are level sequences? There might be. I think I actually have an idea. I remember watching that keynote that talked a little bit about like sequences and levels where you queue different phases of the level, loading parts of the level in and out. That's probably what you mean by sequences. The artist who implemented like some of this stuff might have put those things in, but I don't know, and I wouldn't know how to check off the top of my head. Maybe we ignore it and move on and just implement the rest of our mini games and then try and figure it out later, because there's definitely a problem there, but trying to fix it now might be on one hand I think it's a good side quest, but it might be a bad side quest. I'm definitely divided about it, but I prefer sequences to be askew. There's a pun or something here, if I know, Psych, that I am missing. I don't know what it is. I'm missing it. But we will figure it out later. All right. Maybe it's something to... No, it wouldn't be that. I just don't know what this is. I'm not sure what's causing this. Level sequences are basically sequences that allow you to implement everything from animations. Okay. Splash screens like a fade out and a fade in. Change properties of things and sequences over time. Right. So... I mean, it could be... I mean, where would I even find this? Could it be... Like, surely there's some footprint in the scene for that. I mean, this stuff... I actually don't think this should be in... I can go in here. This is scene. And honestly, that stuff is... On point world. World petition minimap? Maybe it's petitioned in some way. The content browser. The thing down the bottom, they don't go in the outliner. Okay. So, here's what we've got. Thank you again so much, Luke, for your chiming in with this stuff. Yeah, well, look, we were kind of making a little trailer for this, and there is stuff related to there is sequences related to that, probably. Here it is, sequences. Okay, level sequence end, level sequence start for farm. That's something. Here, this could be the thing. Is there one for island? Yes. Level sequence island. How the hell? What is it? Double click it. Figure it out. Cinematic camera. How would it be triggering though? Binding object is missing. Okay. There you go. Quite possibly one of those. Thank you, Luke. That's actually awesome if this is the case. How do these trigger? So what begins them? LS Island. LS sequence level. Don't know enough about these, unfortunately. That's a really unfortunate thing. Camera cuts. What if I just deleted it? If you delete the camera for it, I'm not sure there is a camera for it. The object bound to this track is missing. I mean, it would be pretty cool to have this eventually. I mean, I like the idea that when you choose an arcade minigame, you get a camera sequence. So that's definitely a feature we should implement. Or re-implement if Jose is gone and done this. But what if we just... Okay, hold on. First check in changes. So this is a new minigame for Island. No, is it Island? This is Temple. New minigame for Temple. New arcade minigame for Temple. Let's just because. Let's just do that. All the sequences gone. See if it fixes the problem. Quick tip, if you ever open a sequence, make sure you close it before you do anything in the viewport. Yeah, if you forget to close it, all your changes will be in the sequence instead of the actual level. That's pretty good to know. That's pretty good to know, Luke. That's really handy. Unity can be a bit like that, but at least they have this like little record button. So like you have a prefab or whatever open with animation. You hit record and then all the changes you make to transforms and properties and whatever, it tends to like record it and it can have the same kind of chaotic effect. But at least you need to like be deliberate about hitting that record button. I didn't realize that it automatically did it. But that's very cool. Let's just try again now without any sequences in the project at all. Though I'm surprised that it doesn't, like, very tempted to like hit push changes even though there's nothing orange here. Let's just find out if that works, if that did anything. Oh, we need to start the game. Lol. Luke, again, thank you so much for dropping by. Okay, what caused that? Relocating. It says relocating. That's probably a good clue. Is it because the minigame's so far from where the player was that it needs to like load things in? Maybe it is. I moved my player around the map and the screen goes dark. In the bottom right, it says relocating. What could cause this? All right. This one's just like insta teleport, which I'm into. I want that. That's what I want. Because then we can do our shooty shoots. I'm curious why, like we did do something to remove the, we got rid of our on-point gun. So I need to figure out what caused that to go. Because I don't want to revert a breaking. I don't want to break something. I've obviously broken something along the way here. But it's all right. Jose will know. Tomorrow I'll have to bug him about it. Okay, so From there, let's see what the chat has to say. So, when level streaming / loading, when a player moves quickly across large distances or enters an area of the map that's not currently loaded into memory, UEFN will pause the action, fade the screen dark, and display relocating messages. So, this gives the engine time to stream or load necessarily landscape assets and gameplay elements before the player continues. Why does it happen? Asset loading is covered up. So previously I was using a teleporter, and this never had that effect of fading to black and coming back. When I use teleport 2 on the character, it does seem to happen though. Can you explain the difference and how to get the same kind of behavior from my teleporter without using a teleporter device? And then we'll probably just go on to implementing the next, we'll implement the next mini game. Though, let's see, we might have to shuffle this a little. There's so many to do. Maybe I'll just move fast and do the rest of them so that that's all done this stream without worrying about like little nuances with like, because if that's what's happening, I do get the idea that, come on, response. Where was my, okay, hold on. When you use a teleporter device in UEFN, the engine handles the player move in a way that's optimized for instant seamless relocation, even over large distances, without triggering the relocation fade to black screen. The teleporter device checks map streaming, manages timing, and conducts background loading if necessary to teleport. Yeah, okay. When you use the teleport 2 directly in Verse, this method instantly moves the player without checking the destination is currently loaded. If the area isn't in memory, Fortnite will fade. Okay. Currently, there's no fully reliable technique in Verse or UEFM to get seamless, fadeless teleportation. Minimize the teleporter distance with teleport 2. What we could do, accept the fade for large jumps. That's hilarious. The answer is, don't do anything. It seems to be a teleport 2 thing. The teleporter would work better. It does seem to be the case. We can like turn the teleporter off and then still like, we can make it invisible, but still have its function work instead of this trigger. That would be a way to do this. That would solve our problem. I think that might be the way to go, potentially. Yeah, you can make it invis with no effects, exactly. It is a bit of a re-engineering thing, though. Another thing I could do, which, you know, it's not the neatest solution, but right now, if you notice, if we look at where the, where is it? We go look at where the actual trigger is. Here's the trigger in the world map. If I zoom way out, it's not actually toward the, we might gain a little bit of latitude, like get a bit of forgiveness. Oh my God, it's a big world. By moving this more to like the quick answer might be just get all of those objects and put them more centrally, because then the distance between the furthest object and here is less, and we don't have to bother like re-engineering what we've done. Though it might be nicer to just have the better solution. I think the quicker solution is probably the one that like, I mean, if arcade room is all one object, I don't know what's going to get left behind. I suspect a lot, but shall we try it? We did back everything up. We just backed everything up. So, I mean, here's our arcade room. let's just move it and see. It can go. Oh, I feel like it's zooming out so far. Where is it? Okay. Just for shits and giggles. Oh, that's a big operation. It's a chugging. It's a chugging, guys. What if that was here? And probably a little more in this way. And probably a little bit more that way. Oh my God, it really like chugs when I do that. All right, let's find out what happened. That's now there. I suspect there's going to be a bunch of little weird objects that are part of the game devices. The spawners, for instance. Yeah, okay. All this stuff was not a part of that, so I don't like it. I don't like it. 95 Ghosts, welcome, man. Welcome to the chat. We are working on an Unreal Engine game at the moment for Fortnite. So we're using UEFN to create this game, which is On Point. We're recreating On Point. Oopsie daisy. On Point in we're creating this in Fortnite. So On Point is a VR like light gun shooter with a nostalgic arcade vibrant aesthetic, and we're taking that into a completely different engine and a completely different system, trying to learn Unreal Engine for Fortnite. Well, what the hell? How did that get rotated? That's a weird one. Okay. Even just like, let's not check in changes. Let's discard all of that. Revert those changes to the last point where before we tried to fix this problem. So I think the solution is actually to do the teleporter. You could make an image show for 5 seconds showing the rules of the game, so the person is covered up like a loading screen. Definitely we could do that, but I think that's also like a band-aid type fix. We definitely saw that the teleporter had optimizations built into it. What I think I would like to do, and this might actually make it easier than like replacing objects, we could then just like, instead of, if we made our minigame position marker, activator. Hold on, is that filtered? All. If we make this trigger use one of these device teleporters instead, it might actually be a faster way to replace everything anyway, right? Though, how do we do it? Let's give it a shot. Let's just see what happens. We've just reverted all our changes anyway, so we're at a like nice clean slate. So we may as well have a shot at this. So we've got our trigger, editable, and then let's make it, instead of a trigger, a teleporter. Teleporter group. This must be why, I don't know. On enter, I think we should be able to trigger these methods. Let's first just see what's available on the object. Let's just do that. So it's going to be teleporter under device. Teleporter is going to be teleporter device equals teleporter device. Okay, that does work. Let's see what we actually have on this thing. So right now, we're using this creative prop as a position marker. So let's go have a look at actually where that's used. So we get the transform, and then we teleport to, what if instead here, we were, so teleporter dot activate. Let's see, activate link to target. Deactivate link to target. I wonder what these do. When a link is activated, the current destination teleporter will be able to bring the agent back to this origin teleporter. Both destination and teleporters need to have this activated to work. Okay, hold on. I wonder if there's anything here that like... There might be something that like does the caching on the teleporter. Wouldn't that be interesting? Then we can still use our teleport too without modifying anything. Like switch the objects off, but maybe it will cause it to like pre-cache the location we're going to. Resets the currently selected destination teleporter. I'm tempted to just go activate, right? Let's just try. Which will be it's going to be annoying then that we deleted those portals, but it's fine. And honestly, I don't like that we use these teleporter groups. We can just manage the references ourselves through Verse. That'll be handy. Way easier to maintain in the solution. So let's just try it. So let's go and right here we've got our market. So minigame activator. Instead of activating link, what does that mean? Do we need to call this before we do the teleport? When a link is activated, the current destination teleporter. Oh, let's split this out over lines. We're able to bring the back to this original teleporter. Both the destination and teleporters need to be activated for this to work as expected. If you're using Verse, set the target group to none, disable Rift Visible, and disable Play Visual Effects. Yeah, exactly, Luke. I think that's totally what I'm thinking of doing. There are two ways to teleport. One is setting the teleporter itself to teleport, but if you're using Verse to teleport, you don't even need to set the teleporters groups. Exactly, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah. So this is going to be teleport from. So that's oopsie daisy. So that's going to be teleport from, and this is teleporter goes to teleport from. Yep. So that's going to be here. Should just have done case sensitive. I'm so locked in, Sam. Yeah, I'm trying to really make progress on this. I feel like I haven't made enough progress in the preceding days. We're already day 6, and I really want way more progress than I've made. There are two ways. I mean, honestly, day 1, 2, 3, and 4 were me just getting up to speed and reading Verse documentation, getting a handle of the language. Now we're actually starting to like build things. So I'm not completely unhappy with the progress. I'm always trying to push for more. I'm trying to get more done in less time, like always, without like compromising on quality, which is a very hard balance to strike. Okay, you're using Verse, set group and target group to none, disable Rift Visible, and disable Play Visual Effects. Absolutely. You don't even need to set the teleporter groups. I think activate link to target. We need to like probably on begin. There'll be something here where we've got our teleport from and our teleport to are going to be two different devices like this. And we might need to, from the look of things, teleport to. Why wouldn't it like that? What the hell? Oh, teleport to is it conflicting with like creative device? Are we in a we're not a creative, we are a creative device. Teleporter from teleporter to. That's interesting that you could call teleport to move this thing to a different location. Teleporter from, it's a little bit ambiguous. and then teleporter to. So in our start, in our on suspends, that's a monumental change. Since the moment Verse AI was released, my progress booted to 200%. Yeah, I know, right? Thank you again for showing me that, Sam. It has helped a lot. It sometimes gets things completely wrong and hallucinates, unfortunately, but what AI doesn't, I guess. I just have found it does it more often than I would have expected. So, do you need to call this? What is the deal with it? We did copy that text out so we could read it. When link is activated, the current destination teleporter will be able to bring the agent back to this origin teleporter. Both origin and destination teleporters need to have this activated to work as expected. So do I need to then, from and to need to be teleporter to. So we need to set up teleporter. Set up teleporters. Where this will be a utility function, so actually we'll probably want to. Usually I like to if this calls it before anything else, like the code should be close to the point at which it's called. But I think on trigger and teleport are such central parts of the game that it's always let's keep a standard. Why not for now? So set up teleporters. Set up teleporters. And this is going to be void. So let's see, this is going to be from activate to link, and we'll want to say teleporter from dot. On it, we would expect to see something like, if we've got a teleporter, we see that the teleporter has a group and the teleporter has a target group. Jose already did such a nice job of setting this all up for us. Unfortunately, we deleted 2 of his teleporters, which I'm regretting doing now. That's really unfortunate. I'll do it. I'll go figure out what they used to be. And I'll redo it. Teleporter from dot. So what's the property? Teleporter group. And then teleporter target group is going to be teleporter 2 dot teleporter group. So teleporter target group is what I'm expecting. Teleporter group. I don't know if that's a thing. Seems like it's not a thing. Teleporter device. What does it have? It's going to have some method to get these, surely. Maybe not. Maybe I just need to ignore these. I don't know why that documentation is resets the currently selected destination teleporter and selects an eligible destination. Maybe I just assume they're all set up in the... Maybe I don't need to do any of this. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it. Probably overcomplicating it. Let's not read the documentation and let it send us on a wild goose chase. I don't need to do any of that. Yeah, thank you, Luke. I think you're right. I think you said that just as I figured out that I didn't need to. All right, so character has an agent, so we can go agent is equal to character dot get agent. Seem to remember? No. Fort character had, yes, get agent. It does. Why didn't it like this? Character dot get agent. That's a thing. That's definitely a thing. Oh, it needs to. It decides, of course. So if we've got character.getAgent, do we need our little, like that? If character.getAgent, then we can go, all that work we did is undone because we really want that loading to be seamless. So much of this can actually go, we should have just used portals in the first place, honestly. There's some of it that we can preserve. If character.getAgent, and probably right here we can also go portal to teleporter to dot activate and that takes in agent. If it did the teleport, then we'll print teleported. Later we're gonna actually, you know, no, let's straight up do it here. That's gonna do all this stuff. Else print failed to teleport. Failed to teleport. So okay, that means this is nice. It will simplify our code. It always hurts to like delete work, but it's always nice to get rid of code. Less is more. Yeah, I think that's going to be the system. So, but there was stuff here where we like lock them in position and all that. Is that doing? Yeah, start minigame has all of that, I believe. So, no, start minigame doesn't have all of that. Where was it? The stuff that orients the player. We still probably want this because this will ensure that the platform's rotation and everything gets applied. So, okay. So face character. So we'll make a new method. Nacho, how you doing? You're going to start early and avoid degen hours. Stream until degen hours. Yes. It is, look, it's 1 a.m. That's true. I take your point, but we make, like, I'm getting it. I'm making progress. I'm making so much progress. I really want to finish the progress that I'm making. How can I not? Nacho? It's, yeah, exactly, Luke. It hurts to delete code, but it's so nice to delete code. That's like, it's the pain of learning, like learning that you've made a mistake and how to improve it in the future. But, at the same time, it is always nice to delete code and find a better solution. We live and die by the sword, but in this case, the IDE. Look, we don't always get to choose a good tradesman never blames his tools. So I'm not going to blame Cursor for anything. Sorry, I'm not going to blame VS Code for anything. I'm not going to blame Verse for anything. But may I say, I'm really missing C# and I'm really missing Rider. And like, maybe this would be amazing if maybe this is the chance to learn, maybe this is the chance. There's no way to compile your Verse code. Actually, that's not true. Maybe I can just use Fortnite to compile it and then use this as the start of a new quest to learn NeoVim. I've been wanting to learn NeoVim. This could be my chance, guys. Who knows? I'm not going to blame my tools, but this hammer sucks. End of education stream. Yeah, no. I'm not going to do that. See, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so we're going to make a function and call this orient player. So if I do it like this, then we can keep the benefits of what we did, where we we can still position them perfectly after we've used the teleporter to move them while avoiding the loading issues. So probably, unfortunately, this is going to be an area where we, like, a comment is going to be useful, like why we bothered to do teleporters at all. Included to ensure that teleport destination is pre-cached. Otherwise, we just use transforms. We just use teleport too, wouldn't we? Okay, so we're going to give... No, we're not going to give gun to. What's its problem here? Expected block, but got an end of line. Okay, hold on. If this, then we're going to give the gun to the character. We're going to... I mean, yeah, we gave them the gun already. We're going to orient them. Should we orient them and then give them the gun, or give them the gun then orient them? I think it should probably happen in the same frame, so nobody would even notice, but let's do it that way. Character. This does complicate it significantly, unfortunately. Just like multiple mechanisms to achieve the same thing. But this one is useful to just like make sure the player's always facing the same exact way, which is what I want this gameplay to be like. And then for that reason, I think it is worth it to keep it. So there's our if. Why is this not like our else? Expression, expected expression got end of line. Is this like a tabs and spaces thing? No, it's all spaces. We've got an if here. We teleport it. We remove the velocity. Maybe this is the way to do it. No, we have to teleport first. Then we can do this stuff. Remove the velocity, orient the player. I think it's going to be some issue with this. There it is. No, not that. No, probably still that. Still doesn't like this. It expected an expression. It got end of line following else. It's the stupid semicolon. All right. Where was this variable? Okay, hold on. What's going on there? Something's gone wrong there. Hold on. What have I done there? I have deleted some code I didn't mean to. Unwind and then replay. Okay. Unknown identifier agent. That shouldn't... See if this is interfering with it somehow. Oh, I see what I've done. It's stupid. Really, really silly. Calls a function that has no rollback effect, which is not allowed by its context. Fair enough. Yeah. There we go. That's what it's looking for. All right, let's redo that with what we had with that big chunky hold up. Yeah, okay, cool. then this orient player we can reintroduce. And this is void. Position above platform. Again, I don't get the advantage of in Rider we could just pull our history out. I had some stuff with up offset. Maybe we can actually, we'll see if this is these. We can actually look at the like where are our verse changes? Snapshot history. We can probably look up our. I mean, it should tell us what the like the last time we. Okay, this is not going to have changes to it. Maybe we can pull up the last actual file for minigame activator. I want to see this version of it. Can you do that? No, please just show me this. Oh, I miss Git. Please bring Git back. Why couldn't we just source control this with Git? All right. You're back, Math. Welcome, man. There it is. Excellent. Oh, whoop. Wait, what? Oh, I see. We just need nothing in this case. Basically that. Yep. Okay, cool. Good. Forky, how you doing? Good to see you, Gorky. I know you were hanging around earlier, but good to see you again. 1 a.m. Okay, guys, I'm going to try for 30 more minutes, see if I can knock this out and get to the point where the teleporters get set up with the pre-caching so that I hit that long, far away teleporter and I do it with a portal instead of a transform, like teleport 2. I'm really actually kind of disappointed that teleport 2 doesn't work. It might have been worth trying to just like select the whole environment and just like move it to the middle, but I don't know. It on one hand it might have worked, but on the other, like maybe it wouldn't have, and maybe it would have caused problems. This just seems like a less error-prone solution, even if it is more configuration to get it set up. So yeah, we're gonna see. We will see. So the other thing we can maybe do is, like, we've got our trigger event. We might be able to, we've got on trigger here. Teleport player to minigame. I mean, this kind of just like uses the teleporter. The teleporters don't even need to be, yes they do. Otherwise, how would they cache the location? They need the location of the area that they're going to cache around. So anyway, we can teleport. You know what? The position marker, we don't actually need this. We can, I think we'll be able to rotate our teleporter. That should have a transform, right? Let's go see. This is going to be, probably going to be, yeah, it's probably going to have an orientation. If I can select this thing, and then in details, it has a rotation. Yeah, we can use the rotation of the teleporter, which means we're also going to delete the, the pos marker can go. This can be the teleporter to, and then we can just like, instead of pos marker, teleporter to, we can use the transform. So we can just use the teleporter to's location and then the rotation of it as well. It's going to mean, yeah, that's good. pause marker can then go. I think there's only one reference to that, so that's good. Teleporter to. Do we even need teleporter from then? That comment clears this up then, that's nice. We'll teleport it, we'll give them the gun, we'll start the minigame, we'll remove the gun, and we'll stop the minigame. Stopping the minigame is going to be... we don't need teleport 2 anymore then. We can just use the teleporter and tell it to return, right? We saw that, didn't we? Teleporter 2. Where is it? Stop minigame. We won't even need the trigger, honestly. The trigger. And what does the trigger even do? We can probably, on begin, here we'll be able to go teleporter from, or teleporter to, dot. Let's go have a look at this, because this probably has an event, right? This is going to have some trigger event. Why would it not? Enter event. Yes. So, trigger dot enter event. And that's not trigger anymore. This is teleporter to. Enter event on trigger. This is going to be a different... What does subscribe have? It's got a callback. Why would the enter event not have a reference to the agent? It definitely does. Sends the agent that entered the... How do we do this? The function parameter expects a value of type agent void, but its argument is agent question, like nullable? Is this nullability? We don't need to check if it's a valid agent anymore, right? Because now we get the... We can just go agent.get character. Good. Further simplification. That's what I like. This is on teleport now. On teleport. On teleport. Excellent. Yeah, we are significantly simplifying stuff. I think this is better in the end. Like, I don't know if you're still hanging around, Luke, but this is better. I think I should have probably just used this in the first place instead of trying to do all this custom stuff. And now I can turn, I didn't realize I could turn the visibility of the device off that way. And then, you know, not only does it get rid of the, it like does the caching thing, like pre-caching for us, but it additionally will do a lot of like, you know, it's going to help. It's going to definitely help with simplifying this code, I think. So we don't need to be above the platform anymore. We can teleport to the the platform dot translation. Yeah. It'll be cleaner. I mean, it's not yet. We still have a lot of cleaning up to do, but it will be cleaner when we're done with it. That's for sure. So now we can just use the teleporter to, yeah, we can essentially use so we can get rid of the trigger device entirely, actually. And then we can use the teleporter. So we can, yeah, with case sensitivity, we're going to change that to the teleporter. And we won't need to, well, this will be the teleporter disable. Teleporter.disable. Good, there's a teleporter. The rotation, that can all go. So the teleporter, what's it called? Form is going to be equal to the teleporter. Teleporter dot trans. Oh, what's the damn thing called? Dot get transform, right? And then this can be the transform dot translation and then rotation. God, that's a long line. We can rename that one to transform. Neaten it up a little, keep it concise. Okay. Wow, is that actually done now? We've got our item granter, item remover, we've got our teleporter. All we need is those three things. On teleport, it will teleport us. And then it'll do the other stuff like give them the gun and remove the gun. We probably don't need... We don't need this now, right? We don't need to... I don't think we even need to activate it because when we hit this teleport, it's just going to go, right? And then, yeah. So we don't need to activate that. Because this will be activated on trigger enter. So like when they actually like run into the thing, that's what's going to automatically just bam, it'll activate, it'll move us to where we need to be. And then from there, it'll teleport us to, so this is now wrong. This will be activate minigame. Activate minigame. Whoopsie daisy, activate minigame. Cool. Dude. Holy crap, math. Is that 4 days, like, as in 4 times 24? I think it is. Math, that's a lot of time, my man. I super appreciate that. That is actually incredible. That's a lot of time. I so appreciate your time and attention. That's sick. And even if you're just like lurking, man, that's awesome. That's incredibly good. 420 Vape Nation, hell yeah. That's so sick. Thanks, Matt. Thanks. Thanks for checking in on that too. I didn't realize it's been that long. You don't have mental fatigue from overthinking or too much information. Honestly, I've spent the last literally the last 18, 19 years doing this, like making games. This is what I do. I think most people, people have different things that they're good at doing. Some people like to run fast. Some people swim really well. Some people read books. I sit and code. That's my superpower. I can stay sitting somewhere locked in and focused on making a thing without much interruption, without that much fatigue. From here, I promise you, I'm going to probably go to bed at past, not because I want to, because I have to. What I want to do is stay here and keep working on this thing because it's so exciting and interesting and I'm learning so much. And I think that's the most thrilling thing, right? That really that drives me. It stimulates me a lot. And then when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to have to go and do a bunch of business stuff to keep my game studio running. And the moment I finish with it, I'm going to be excited to get back here and stream and keep doing it, right? Because it's not only is it's the thing that I was born to do, is make games. I really feel like that, Sometimes I'm very passionate about it. I'm very driven by it, and it excites me a lot. So, no, Sam, it really doesn't. I like this very much, just as you say, yeah. And the opportunities that can come from doing this Fortnite content, well, super exciting to me. This could be a way to, that's the other thing, right, Sam? When you've got a game studio that's yours and you employ people, that comes with it. It's like this big responsibility, right? As a studio director, it's my responsibility not just to make sure that the company runs, but to find new opportunities that I think could be good for the company and to find things for everybody to do. And to me, having just released On Point and like its performance as a product being pretty like, you know, being a little bit average, what that does mean is like looking at the Fortnite maps doing really well and looking at the creators around me who need more Fortnite maps, like I'm like, okay, this is an opportunity. And so that's part of what excites me, is that we'll get to, like right now what the game studio is doing is making drone software. We're making drone flight simulators and we're automating drone flights to help with an agriculture application. We're herding cattle with it, right? And so that, as good as that is, that's paying the bills for the studio. Everybody at work wants to be doing like creating games. And so if I can figure out how to do this well and how to generate a little bit of income with it and find good jobs, then this may be another way for us to do both, right? We can grow what the studio is doing with Fortnite maps, and then we can also like, you know, we can keep serving our corporate customers and stuff. But at the same time, it's like I didn't start the studio to serve corporate customers, but to make games. And so this is really what I'm passionate about doing, and when I do it, you know, this is what I want to do. So yeah, it doesn't wear me out. It energizes me. I'm really excited by the opportunities that a project like this means for us. You know, it's yeah, it's cool. It's cool. All right. So thinking it through, we've got our teleporter device. When this minigame activator runs, the teleporter enter event will subscribe to on teleport, and teleport will get our character for the agent that hit the teleporter, and then it will activate the minigame. The activating minigame will remove the player velocity. It's going to give a gun to the character. I mean, probably this needs to happen like, I mean, doesn't really matter, does it? That can go there. This is the stuff that needs the agent. It will start the minigame, which needs to, like, we've already got a to-do here to say, like, we need to inject a thing, which is a minigame here to make sure that it runs and activates and has a score and all that other stuff. We are going to wait for the minigame to finish. Then we're going to remove the gun from the character and we're going to stop the minigame. And so probably actually, this doesn't need agent either. So I feel like this is the stuff that should happen there, and this can happen here. There we go. Remove the player, give the gun to the character, remove the gun and remove the velocity. The other thing that I think actually we should be doing here is when I activate the minigame, we've got that, where was the thing that like, orient player, was that called anywhere? No, we wrote our method, but that actually needs to remove the player velocity. Probably, rather than this, what I want to do is I want to say remove player velocity is going to be orient player to minigame. Oh, set player, orient player to minigame. Yep. That'll do that. Controller. Yep, controller. And so I got to learn those shortcuts. I really got to like rewire my brain to have the VS Code shortcuts again. Okay, orient player to minigame. Then from here, that will also include this. So let's see. You know what? Actually, no. I think remove player velocity, orient player to minigame, and then that will remove the player velocity. So That's going to be the character. Why doesn't it like that? Sorry guys, need to catch up on some messages there. I'm not overthinking at this point, it's just muscle memory. You could get people to commission custom Fortnite maps from your studio. That's definitely the plan, Math. That's 100% the plan. I think from 2026 online onwards, Fortnite main game modes will be completely built based on UEFN. Yeah, right. That makes sense, Math. Yep. I think Battle Royale will probably always be on top, but if you look at the amount of time like people are spending playing those custom games, it's definitely going up. That's why they're shifting. Well, I mean, that's news to me, Math, but that would be cool. They're shifting right now. They really do want to like do the metaverse thing. Everybody wants to be the first person to create the metaverse. Like we were saying earlier, they want to make Ready Player One. It's like, yeah. They want to make the entire game running on UEFN only. Yeah, right. They do, yeah, exactly what Sam's saying is right. They want to turn it into the metaverse. Crazy, we are using the teleporter. We found that when the mini games were a long way away, if we didn't use the teleporter, it had to cache all of the objects at the destination. And so we got this black screen where it like loaded into a thing to say like, hey, we're moving you a long way away, loading. And so the teleporter does a bunch of optimizations to get rid of that. And so I figured I had better just use the teleporter anyway. So I've undone a lot of what I did. I'm gonna have to undo a lot of changes in the scene, unfortunately. But this does get us to a point where we can now just implement the portals and make the portals invisible and do all that other stuff later. But that's why we're using the teleporter instead of the code that we had before. Luke, okay, the thin client will be the game changer for UEFN creators. We were supposed to have it by now, but they keep delaying it. Right. In Q1 2026, we'll get the thin creator. Okay. The thin client, yep. I should probably bookmark that page too. The roadmap. I did see this. I have seen the roadmap. Yeah. It's pretty cool that they've got this like giant public Trello board just like that. It's yeah, thank you so much, Luke. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. I want to get a look at like, yeah, when all these things are planned. It's pretty sweet, hey. I think as soon as they implement a lot of the things that they talked about when they announced it, like performance is going to improve. There's going to be so many reasons why this gets easier and better. It's currently pretty painful. It really is compared to a lot of other game development I've done, but we'll get there. Okay, this invocation, it suspends the effect, which is not allowed by, yeah, okay, true. But we can just spawn this, but I don't feel like we should spawn it. That suspends. What we can just do is suspends here, because the calling method suspends. So, well, the calling method will suspend. Remove the player velocity. So instead of removing player velocity here, we're going to orient the player to mini game. That will do our. So this can go a bit closer to where it's called. One line down. Orient the player. That's going to remove the velocity. All right, cool. Getting better already. No way they've put the thin client in Q3 of 2025. I mean, that's like now. That's basically now. Math, what is the SBMM? You can delete all that momentum and orientation stuff out of the code and then use the teleporter settings. It's not reliable enough. You can delete all of that. The teleporter settings don't have anything to like remove momentum, I think, though. Pretty sure. Here they are. Select a team, link to target. It's like conserve momentum. Shit. Shit. Oh my god. Really crazy? Damn. Well, that would have been nice to know. Let's give this another shot, hey? Yeah, let's try that. I may have just seriously overcomplicated this, if that's a thing. So that conserved momentum. We might have to like push changes. For well, it's still been useful to add the. I mean that is really cool. I didn't realize that. So that's gonna be that's definitely gonna be useful. We weren't reinventing the wheel. I didn't even realize it. So that can all go. Probably this too, honestly. Improvements. That's good. Man, this is getting pretty light. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. I'm seeing how much you can actually get done, like directly in UEFN. So don't conserve momentum. Face the player in the teleporter direction. When set to yes, causes the player teleported to appear at the same teleporter, at the target teleporter in exactly the same position and facing relative to the source player. No, but I do want it to face the same direction as the destination teleporter, right? So like I want to be able to, like maybe we reintroduce our little object for orientation. And then we like keep that at the destination so that we can set them up to like face the way that we want. But let's first just like see what happens here. So essentially, I think, let's just for now, if this is all compiling, I'm even like tempted to turn all that off and just like isolate this. See what happens with no verse code running. Let's make sure it builds. Put that up. See if we get the teleporter behavior right. But you're absolutely right, Crazy. I should have looked more into what they're able to do. Everything is there. Damn. Untick the relative position one too. Right. Did I uncheck that? Where is it? Maintain relative position. Yeah. I wonder if, so hopefully unticking maintain relative position will get it to face the orientation of the destination teleporter, I'm hoping. Not just like some arbitrary position, but yeah, we'll see. You did mention it before, Crazy. I guess I wasn't listening. $2 to the swear jar. Did I swear? Oh man, that's worth it. Worth it. That moment. Worth it. Yeah, definitely. The whole purpose of this is to learn, right? So, is about to have momentum enabled. Yeah. Well, what it means, math, is like, I mean, what we do need to do. There is something in here that's useful though. We do need to put them in stasis to prevent their movement once they've finished the teleportation. So let's see, we've got start minigame. Before that, we give them the gun. We're going to, well, before we even get the first thing is like lock them in place, right? Put them in stasis, and we'll still need our stasis args. Because we want to allow them to turn so that they can shoot and stuff. What am I doing with these tabs? All right, there we go. I wish you could inline them. Maybe you can. Wouldn't that be great? I doubt it though. Ugh, I miss C#. All right. Probably tempted to like disable movement, character, fort, character, and then void, and that is just this stuff. There we go. And why wouldn't it like that? It wouldn't like that because... Tabbing? Yes, tabbing. Too many tabs. Disable movement. Disable movement for the character. Give the gun to the character. Build that. It's been a lot of coding, not a lot of running. I like to like keep a tight loop, which is why it's so annoying that like seeing your changes takes so long in UEFN. I think if that loop got tighter, development would be way more productive. You basically made a full game with a boss fight with no code at all, just devices. Dude, that's cool. The other setting did orientation. Excellent. I thought you couldn't use stasis because of the inability to shoot. We did seem to use, I'm pretty sure we were using stasis to lock us in place. What else was it there? Because you can't run around, and I believe it's stasis that does that, yeah. But we'll see in just a moment. Push the verse changes, please. And honestly, like I just don't trust it not to push all the changes. I know the guy before, there was a guy in here before who said only push changes if it has orange, otherwise it should be just fine. But I don't trust, do not trust. You have some thoughts on that your game On Point will be top playable on Nintendo. You mean like Switch? Yeah, we have considered that. We definitely considered that as a deployment option, Sam. But you know, it needs some re-engineering, and the time that it takes to like port a game is significant. So we just need other sources of revenue. We need to validate it before we go and port it to Switch. But it would totally be doable. The other thing is like there's quite a quality assurance path that a game needs to go to get on a console like the Switch. It's yeah, you really need to like, you know, you need to manage your release a lot, and you need to get access to dev kits, and you need to do a lot of like steps between like 0 and beyond Switch. But we definitely would like to do it. But I think it's easier and more accessible to launch the game in 1.0, to get it on Steam as a point-and-click aim trainer, and to get it on Fortnite to validate the idea for the point-and-click aim trainer. So our pathway is kind of like, see if it works well as a UEFN map, and if people want to play it, and then take it to Steam, and then if it does well on Steam and generates enough revenue, then we'll take it to things like to Switch and to PlayStation, to all these other spots. Didn't you switch to mutator zones instead? I'm thinking, oh, you're totally right, Luke. You're totally right. I'm sorry, I forgot that. So, yes, we did. And that means now, where was it? The stasis isn't needed. Put in stasis. That saves me a little bit of time. And also less code. I like less code. Disable movement, not needed. Cool. Thank you, Luke. Thank you. You're saving me so much time, dude. Okay, hold on. Math got blocked for a message. I'm absolutely allowing that. I haven't even read it. We used to kill momentum. Yeah, we used it. We did. What good thing is that Epic is delaying releasing certain features in UEFN? It's because they're probably not happy with the current state of the feature, and they want to work it out, the kinks, before they release it. They want to do it once and do it properly. I know, dude. But they also are very famous for like staged rollouts. They do that really, really well. quite impressively, actually. So this one probably, we need the mutator zone here, and we need to adjust the location of it. And then we also need to disable the, disable both portals. We can probably even use teleport 2 to get the player back. But there's some other logic related to the game that, yeah, so, all right. First things first. Let's see. We should take the mutator zones that we already have and use those to block movement. So this here, I like the hierarchy that allows me to explore to like the other end of things. I think like doing this is going to be like nice for just like development workflow, because it can get us back from the trigger to the start to the end by having them like this in a hierarchy, where this doesn't have anything like that. It's like, all right, let's go find Greenfield. Ugh. So definitely the different arrangement. Where's Greenfield? There it is. Mini mutator zone trigger. Oh, dang it. All right, how to deal with this? Easiest way might be, I think I have to see what groups are free. I really don't like the group system for the, oopsie daisy, undo that. I said undo that. Yep. I don't like the groups for teleporters. What's that doing there? Get out of here. Because now I don't know which group is which, right? Maybe I see that it's M and N. If this goes one down, K, L, M, N. Okay, that means O and P will be the next ones. O. Now this can go way up here into, we've got market and temple. I believe this one was market, so let's get that on the same level as trigger. That goes here. So this is going to go, P, I guess, is for portal. I don't know what he's used for, why he's saying A, but this is going to be market. Let's turn this off for now. There's no way to just disable this thing, is there? There's like, don't. I mean, enable on game start, sure, I'll turn that off, but it still sits in the scene. I just wish there was a way to just disable the object, man. Why would you support that? That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, it does, Math. It does. I don't know why it auto-modded that. It told me, do you really want to send this message because of some slur? And I instantly recognized it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly right. Crazy. It's just like, why not have one thing that's like, just like disable it every, like, Unity did that right. Like there's these things that you take for granted that you don't realize are really like great ideas until you wind up being like, oh, why doesn't, you know, system Z do this? M, and this goes to O and then P. O, and then this goes to group P, and then we need this here. We'll copy that, we'll go there, we'll go F to focus, We're going to paste a new one here. Hold up, and then these mutator zones are going to go under that. Minigame start trigger. Did I create this one? Yeah, I must have. That trigger is no longer needed. Well, we've got it turned off for now. This minigame position trigger, that thing can go entirely. That can get deleted. Yeah. Though our portal. Oh, hold up. These for now can go there to none. This market in, market portal in, or like start, oh no, in, and this can then go to market portal out. I don't mind the convention of like P underscore, but like why not? We'll adopt it for portals. Then let's see. We've got. I can tell Fass is doom scrolling because I keep getting these like Instagram notifications saying she's sending me random videos about content creation. I'm learning so freaking much from her, guys. You wouldn't believe how much she's teaching me. It's really nice. She must be trying to get to sleep and not being able to sleep. It's you have to turn off visible in-game to get it to go. Yeah, right. Yep, had those before. Unfortunately, AutoMod system doesn't understand context and just bans some stupid terms. I know, right? That one was fair enough. Yeah, I know. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll never get better. That's why we're here. That's why we have real mods to like do a layer of filtering. Sam, thank you so much, man. We are making really good progress. We're making really good progress on this. We're progressing quickly. I think we're soon going to be at a point where we can, we can start doing a bit of playtesting with everyone here, the community. It's going to be really fun to start to do that. I can't wait. But yeah. Okay, hold on. Why is the orientation of this different from... It seems odd that the direction markers are different from the... like my gimbal's rotation is off. Why? Should be like local, but it seems to be non-local. Where's the gimbal orientation? Doesn't matter. Don't get distracted. It's a weird thing, but we must have hit some shortcut that now has like world rotation instead of a local rotation. This is a thing I'm going to need to know eventually. Let's figure it out now. Snapping to surfaces, viewport related settings. No, it's not snapping settings. World space coordinates? Probably local space coordinates. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That is what I wanted. Handy now. Okay, so the portal out can move the camera to, move the object to the camera. Unfortunately, what it does is this. This is what Unity does that I really like, guys, is you can focus an object. So say it's this point here, this mitigated mutator zone, and you can, actually, let's snap it to surface. I'll copy the variables and paste them, but in Unity, you can go F and it will focus exactly on something. And then when you select an object, you can go move that object to viewport, and it places it at the center of the viewport, which is the same location as the object that you just focused. So it's a really quick way to like copy and paste positions and rotations of something. But I guess we can just do it like this. So where are we? That camera. That camera needs to have. Very annoying. All right, let's just. And you can't do it for multiple dimensions at once. Like I have to copy this across one at a time. So annoying. Paste that. I mean, that rotation is pretty much fine. It's going to be fine. The scale, we don't need to mess with that, so it's all right. I don't really mind that much. But there's our minigame start trigger disabled. We've got our in, we've got our out. That's going to be, our out needs to go right here. Portal out. That should be possible too. Mutator zone, copy this. Our portal out, we'll paste it there, and we'll also want to paste our rotation. So mutator zone, copy that. Portal out, paste here. And then we'll just have to move it above so that the teleporting works normally as expected. All right, this one might be set up for a good test. Let's push our changes and have a run at it. It's honestly really interesting hearing all the differences between this and Unity and the stuff always. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I've just spent a lot of time in Unity crazy. If I was working in Unity, I'd be progressing that much quicker through this. I mean, Sam is saying how cool it was, how much progress we've made over the last few days. But honestly, if it was Unity, oh man, I'd be zooming through this. I'd be moving so fast. There's a lot of learning that's happening here, and that's very valuable. But I imagine, like, as I put more time into it, I'll be like my speed of convert, like the speed of the rate at which I can keep improving and doing things and working is going to increase. And like eventually, with enough time, I'll be as fast here in Unreal and UEFN as I am in Unity, and that's going to be exciting because the number of games I'll be able to create and smash out and like ideas I'll be able to test should be pretty big. You know, especially like with the quality of art that the studio can produce, it's going to be pretty cool. I mean, like, look at this. Tell me that's not like that's a sick scene, right? That's a really cool scene to be sitting and shooting. This is easy stuff. This is easy stuff for us to make. I really can't wait to start making stuff. It'll be fun. I see. Welcome back, man. You're checking progress. How are we doing? Are we getting better? We kind of like threw out half of what we were doing for this system and we've started again with something else. So not a lot of progress, but a lot of learning happened. So it's cool that you're here. Click the sixth icon from the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we found it. We did find it. I see. Thank you for the recommendation. Seb, I'm trying to invite you to title Doofus and add free music. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Nacho. Let me do that. Dude, I'm so sorry, Nacho. It's been a hectic day. It's been a really, really, really busy day. Where are we? Let me find Nacho. But the other thing, Nacho, is like I'm still pretty old school with it might be good for so let's see, based code tv@gmail.com. I'm pretty old school, Nacho. I probably won't use it. Might use it for discoverability, but I tend to try and I have an MP3 collection. I still buy music and download the MP3 files from like, you know, I've ripped a lot of my old stuff from CD, and I'm old school with it. This is why I like Winamp instead of streaming music. But side quest right now done, sent. Side quest completed. Thank you, Nacho. I really appreciate that. I'm so sorry that I have been really locked in with this and I haven't been distracted. I just like haven't had the moment, haven't had the time. Add a bell. Hopefully he'll notice. What have I missed? You can also try and pin it. Are you talking about Nacho's message, Goldie? I caught it. I'm sorry. I wouldn't miss it. I do my best not to miss, not miss Nacho messages. You can You can't click the camera because it's inside of the mutator, so select the mutator. There's a trick to that. If you don't want to click the mutator, you can press T to toggle transparent things on and off. Hold on, I'm clicking T. So, I don't know, hold on. There's the oh, it's not the mutator. Man, the mutator is not playing nice. T? Oh, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure what you guys were referring to there. I know you said it a while ago. It's very hard to keep up with chat. You'll be zooming through because you know C#. I mean, not just C#. I know my way around the engine back to front. It's sadly, no. That was my preventative message if she decides to hop into the stream, right? No sweat. Sent anyways. Thank you. Yeah, MP3s, exactly. I've got MP3s on my hard drive. I keep my MP3 files. That's what I do. MP3s are the goated. They are the greatest of all time. That's what I like. And Verse is very young for syntax. It's not too refined. I actually quite like the syntax. It's just everything around it. The language itself I find quite well considered, well defined. I don't mind the syntax. I don't mind how it's written. There's a few weird things like equals needing colons and all that crazy stuff, but you know, at the same time, I don't mind the language, Sam. If you want to see something very cool, way ahead of this time, check out Sonic MP3 player. Sonic MP3. Ooh. Oh, it's one of those things that was ahead of its time, but it's now gone. Maybe like here. Let's probably just go. Let's go have a look at the images of it. Oh, that looks sick. Yeah, I think I get. It's one of those like really cool looking ones, is it? Right. That is. Yeah. I can. Back in the day, this would have been my jam. This is the kind of thing I would look at that with the Windows XP background. Yeah, I would have been using this. I riced up my Windows XP. Like, you think the stream around me looks fancy, guys? You should have seen my teenage Windows XP installation. Ooh, was that nice? Yes, it was. It was very nice. It was very nice, guys. Okay. Let's have a look. Whoa. What the actual fuck is happening there? Interesting. I'm confused. What? Is this because, like, where's the animation coming from? Where is that animation coming from? That's weird. One of the coolest pieces of software ever from the year 2000. Damn. Are MP3 stereo stored on HD or SSD? I only have SSDs in this computer, Sergius. I rust on my Windows XP is the sexiest thing anyone has ever said to me on the internet. Yeah, man, you used to be able to like install the custom Windows theme, that theme loader. Oh, it looked good. It looked good. It was so good. Yeah, it was fun times. I'm giggling my head off. Goldie, surely you did that too. You. It's not like a what the heck. It's like, Blue Wings, did you know that Nacho was part of the like had a lot to do with Winamp? Ask him about it sometime. He really did whip the llama's ass once upon a time. You should definitely ask about it. Okay, what the hell was that? Why was it animating? Why was it animating? That's not... Yeah, what the heck with the animation? I know. Why would it do that? That's so strange. I certainly didn't set that up. Is it because I copied it and pasted it and like moved it? Is it something to do with being a child here? I mean, what's going on with... Where's the trigger? No, the parentage isn't even weird. Minigame activator market. This isn't doing any kind of animation. What is it doing? What is it doing? Why? Okay. Teleporter. I mean, the teleporter isn't selected, but that shouldn't matter. The teleporter will be this one. Teleporter in. But that has nothing to do with it. I'm just going to end the game and then push the changes and try and start it. And we'll see what happens with it. Winamp was so good, it made my dodgy little speaker go hard. Like, oh my God. Winamp also with the custom skins that you could put on it, you could make it look so freaking cool. It was like, man, I still to this day, like, so Nacho, this is what I'm using now. You can have a look at right now I'm using Dopamine. Dopamine is my current media player. And it's pretty sick. It's just like, it's just all the, files on a hard drive. Just like we used to once upon a time, but it has a bunch of cool stuff in it. Here it is. And so, yeah, it's just like folders on disk. You can search all your artists and stuff like that. You can collapse it down into this little like window with all the essential like media controls. I like that. It's nice and minimalistic and simple. Sometimes it lags, but like, I did turn into a Fubar 2000 lunatic, but this was about like, this would have been around like Windows 7. When Windows 7 was out, that's when I was probably using Fubar. Sergius, dude, yes. Yep. That's about when I would have been using that too. All right. It's still animating like this, guys. What if... I'm thoroughly confused by what I'm seeing. What the hell? The weirdest thing, guys, is we have no animation. It's like it's... Is it rotating around its origin, and because it's the child of something and that object is elsewhere, little rotations that might be a part of it are being turned into big rotations? Notice that it's like these objects are rotating left and right. It could be that. Let's try and see if we take this portal in and we put it in market instead of in the market activator, if that changes things. Let's push those changes. Pretty weird still. That's when I was 18. I sold all of it. Yeah, man. I mean, good call. Good call. Man, I need to change the way I think to be a bit more like the way you think, Nacho. Like, when the opportunities to sell my company came up, I was just like, nope. When great jobs came along, I was like, nope, didn't even consider it. I was so committed to my company because I wanted to make games and I wanted to make great software and I wanted to build an amazing team. And the more that it's like, the older you get, the more it's like, you know what? Like, maybe those things would have been... maybe you could just like do those again with a new company, or you can do that with under a different structure, or, it's the freedom that doing that probably gave you would have made it worth whatever the cost at the time, it was smart. You're a wise dude. All right. How is it progressing? This loop, guys, do you think that this is going to get better? Is the iteration loop going to get faster when the new systems come out? What did you call it? The thin client? Will thin client improve development loop? If that does, then I'll get excited about it. If not, then not. I need to go learn about what the thin loop is. Sorry, the thin client. And hopefully it's something that improves the iteration loop. But, all right, I'm going to get this next thing working. And then, once it's done, I believe I might call the stream for the night and pick it up again tomorrow. So you guys will be noticing I'm going to be really locking in with streams and working on this thing in a way like I've got deadlines. I've set myself objectives. We got things to do. Updating the session. Man, this session takes forever. Didn't you want 2 a.m.? Yeah, it just hit 2 a.m. Goldie. So this is where I wanted to call it. But like, you know me, I don't like to like leave a thing half done. Oh, hey, look at that. Goldie, I missed somebody on YouTube. Again. HB Gaming, thank you for the sub and thank you for liking the stream. I really appreciate that if you are still around. Do you think it would be like some bare bones Fortnite that uses local? I don't think Fortnite can be made with the way that it's engineered. I don't think it can be made to use local. And I also don't think they want it to. I think they want to keep all of their code running on their servers, which is, you know, very different to how things are currently going. All right, there we go. It's redeploying. Let's see. God, look at that, guys. We've actually been, we've been a bit bad, haven't we? I've been 14 swear words this stream. That's not ideal. It was that. You see that, guys? Oh. Oh, why not? Okay. Game in progress. That worked. Why didn't this one work? What's in the logs? Nothing. Nothing's in the logs. Why you no trigger? Didn't I switch this off in game? What's going on? I believe I... All right. For you, portal in. Where's portal out? Portal in and portal out. Here's our portal in. Is it enabled? It is. Yep, play visual effects. MO and P. This should be P and O. That's one change. And then all that other stuff is, when set to yes, the target teleporter will, it's all right, I wasn't reading that. I actually was reading it. That's annoying that it cut me off. What was that sentence? I think it's time for me to go to bed. Yep. Fair, Goldie, fair. Fair. You can kind of like, I feel like what you're saying there is like, I don't believe that you're going to wrap up anytime soon. And I just want to finish this one thing. I don't like leaving work incomplete. So we're nearly there. Trust. But you should definitely go to sleep right now. If you are tired and you have work in the morning and all that other stuff, please do. I always really appreciate you hanging out with me, dude. You're in every stream for the vast majority of every stream. There's so much that you've, like, there's very little content that you've missed. Is this like, we had somebody drop the watch time command? I can't even imagine how much your watch time is up to now. Now, when I get tired, I can't form sentences. Yeah, when I get tired, I can't write particularly good code as well. So it's, he spent 6 days and 6 hours watching. Hell yeah, Goldie. That's what I'm talking about. We're doing it, man. We're doing it. Hell yeah. That's so sick. Thank you, Goldie, man. Thank you. I'm so glad you're liking what we're doing here. Boom. Yeah, that's teleporting, but it's still in edit mode. So that's encouraging. That's encouraging. I'm encouraged. This glitch. I need Jose to fix this particular glitch. I think also, what do you think, guys? Should we get rid of the arena cage in the arcade? Should we get rid of this part of the arcade and just make it a normal arcade room? I believe it might even be possible to just be like, boop. And then we fill the room in. Yeah, probably. We still need something else for the back end of the space, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. Yeah, exactly. Excluding the game jam and a month's worth of streaming. Exactly. It's so cool. That's so cool. We're really doing it. Hey, we're making a good stream here. I'm really enjoying hanging out and doing cool things. That glitch is usually just while it's pushing changes. Yeah, no, I noticed that. I did notice that, Luke. Yep. Hopefully, yeah, it hasn't happened at any other time. But yeah. That little jumper jottling thing happens to you too. Yeah, okay. As long as it doesn't happen at runtime, that's fine. That is fine. Okay. Game in progress. Boom. Yes. Looking good so far. We need to disset. Well, the portal's visibility needs to go off. And then it didn't grant the gun. So if I can just get that going. Give gun to character. Definitely here. Give gun to character. Item granted. Grant item. Do we have our... I mean, here it is. The item granter... Actually, interesting. The teleporter... Teleporter is none. Where that should have been our portal in. Portal in. Yep. Still none. Okay. The light gun item granter is, yep, it's assigned properly. Why didn't the item granter? No, character had no agent is the only thing that we could expect to see in the console, but I don't think we're going to. Log. The other thing that hasn't happened is we haven't been teleported back. Why would we not be teleported back? Oh, dude. Remember how I was like, I just want to see that the teleport works. The teleport definitely works, guys. The teleport definitely works. All right. Push the verse changes, build the verse changes, push the verse changes. That might be enough to test. But we need to restart the game anyway. Good night, Goldie. Sleep well. Goldie 1000. Have a good night. We need like a good night symbol too, don't we? Where's my wave? There we go. Good night, dude. Sleep well. I'll see you again tomorrow probably, hey? And I need to, as soon as, I think we're very close now. Once I activate this, hopefully everything just functions and then we're off and we'll have a good idea of what the hell is happening. Edit mode. This can initialize. Oh, we need to push verse changes. And then we'll restart the game. Most likely, yeah. Awesome, dude. Cool. Very cool. Good night, Goldie. Good night. See you, dude. This is like, all right. If I hit this, boom. And then there's, did not activate the gun, but it did give me a gun. And then it put me back. Great. Why didn't it give, oh, why didn't I take the gun out? We need to have a look at the item granter. So this is select that item granter. Grant on, no, equip item granted. If the device gifts items, equip the listed item. That didn't happen. That definitely didn't happen, right? It moved us, but it did not equip it. Cycle behavior, don't do that. Drop items at player location. Sure, I don't know what that means, but yes. Okay. What's that, Penny? It is go the fuck to sleep. Yeah, good call. Good call, Penny. I see what you're saying. Enabled on game start. Receiving players, triggering player, item grant collection always. I mean, that seems pretty damn close. Game in progress. But where is my teleporter now? Because I don't think I'm doing anything to disable the teleporter, am I? I mean, probably I should, but I don't remember doing it. I don't remember writing that code. Teleporter. Stop minigame. Teleporter disable. Yes, I did. So probably this is all. I don't know if I even need that. It'd be nice to like cut this down even further. It is getting very slim. But I'm learning like how much you can do without that stuff. So let's just restart that game. Probably I need to redo the verse just quickly. Rebuild. Push the verse changes. When it's ready. And then when it finally deploys, just waiting on this, nearly done. Yeah, go to bed. That goes for fast as well. Yeah, I know, Penny, I know. Not far off. Why didn't it equip the gun? Gave me the gun, but it should equip the gun. So many things broken, but so many things learned at the same time. I think one of the things I might actually do here, I'll be able to revert. I'll be able to go back. I did so much scene cleanup, which is unfortunate, but I might even revert my history and then go forward back from there. But that'll be a thing for another day. 9, 10, it should be resetting me. Where's the logs? Minigame ends now. 10 seconds, minigame ends now. Minigame ends now. Hold on. Yep, minigame ended. But where's my start message? Starts and ends, yes. Did both of those things. Start minigame, end minigame. Where is it? That didn't fail the teleport. Should have removed gun. Didn't do that. Ugh. Annoying. Maybe it's like the network connection error. Let's try it one more time. End it, start it. Doesn't need to deploy any code. And then pretty much I can go to bed. Then we can call it a night. Escape, start game. And let's see what happens. Okay. Boom. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About now. Whoa, what was that? Is the code you hashed, is it the code you hashed out? What did I hash out last? Yes, it is. Teleporter dot so with teleporter we can get the, like, we're gonna have to get the corresponding device. So so activate link to, reset link to. There should be something on the teleporter that, like, create a device base. No. It is that. It is that. But at the same time, I don't want to have to reference in this, like, both teleporter ends in order to return it. Like, it kind of seems silly that from the teleporter we can't access the other teleporter. Like, where's a reference to its counterpart from here? Like, nothing actually lets you get back the counterpart, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll just do it. Like, I don't even mind so much it gives us a black or teleporter from. Teleporter becomes from. And we're going to need a teleporter too. Teleporter 2. Oh, maybe we could say, like, actually this is better. Teleporter arcade. Yeah, teleporter becomes teleporter arcade. And this becomes teleporter minigame. And then teleporter minigame.activate is going to be take us in the reverse direction. So we don't want teleport 2 because that can give us that little, like, laggy thing. We're learning that. So that can go teleporter minigame.activate. With the character. So hold on, where was our original? Let's activate minigame. Start minigame, does the actual minigame stuff. Yeah, we've got character teleport to for the... Where is it? Here? No. None of those. Teleporter arcade. You know what? We never actually activate it, do we? We rely on it to activate. So we haven't done the activation code. So looking for it won't work. But we know it's there. That has activate. And it takes the agent. So we can get the agent from the character. So that's like this. Agent is the character dot agent or get agent. Yes, get agent, or doesn't it like? If, because it decides. And then square brackets, for whatever reason. If we get the agent, then we can activate that. That'll return us. We don't need to do this because they can't access it anyway. I don't actually think we need this. There we go. Okay. And then we're nearly there, guys. Then we're nearly there with this. Then we've got all the logic working. Is the code you just hashed out the stuff under the teleporter disable? Yeah, you totally had it right, Crazy. You called it. You totally called it. I need to build this, and then it's going to be verse code. It needs to get pushed through. So then we push those changes. Good night, Snolzy. Sleep so well, dude. Thanks for hanging in for the 2 streams today. It's so sick that you guys, like, I'm realizing maybe sometimes I worry, like, let's not do too many streams. Everybody will get bored of it. But everybody hung out today for the whole damn time. So big win there. Thank you. There is such a thing as streaming too much, but I feel like, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. You're not boring. Great, dude. Great. Gorky, that's so nice of you, dude. I'm not boring, though. I don't know if what I'm doing is engaging enough, because especially when it's like nice to watch a person who's an expert at something, who's like the very, very best at what they do. I don't know how entertaining it is to watch a person who's figuring out how to do something, right? And like, I'm going to be very good at this very quick. I know that much. But I'm not there yet. I'm certainly not there yet. There's a long way to go. A very long way to go still. I'm not the best at what I do when it comes to UEFN, Forky. Like, Crazy's better than me. Like, Lucas is way better than me. We had the guy, what was his name? We had a really good creator come through. According to me, he had, like, Icy had 3 million hours played on, like, that's a lot of hours. If what he's saying is correct, then it might be as much as, like, a lot of the other games I've made. That's kind of like, that's huge. That's huge. So I don't know how you quantify best, but I think something like, shipped titles, like playtime, how much you've, like, if people love what you do, how much time you've entertained them and brought them joy is a good metric for success. And in UEFN, I haven't created a single map that many people have played at all. You guys have hardly even played it. We had, Crazy got in there one time and we didn't even manage to get into a map. So Sam's another person. Who's done a lot more there for sure. So you're more aiming more to time played than in earning for a map? Hold on, you're saying, so I'm more aiming for time played than for earning money. What I'm aiming at is to make the most fun for the most people. That's what I'd really love to do. I want to create something that as many people as possible can enjoy. And so, yeah, that's my metric for success. And right now, for UEFN, I've never done any of that. I've done a lot of that with a lot of different games over the years, but I've never done that for UEFN. Okay, I get you, Gorky. Thank you for talking me up. I appreciate you. Okay, so this will teleport us. Where's our gun? And where's our back teleport? 8, 9, 10. Where's our back teleport? Teleporter arcade? Teleporter minigame activate should have moved this back. Oh, of course. I'm getting tired. I'm just getting tired. I should call it, guys, because I'm making silly mistakes now. So when I made that silly mistake was this. these teleporters somehow became unassigned. So that is arcade. And this one is portal minigame. And then in market, here we can go arcade. And here we can go this is from the scene, not the hierarchy. Gosh. Arcade and there we go. One more. I hate this waiting. The waiting is the worst part of this whole thing. Suit for Hire. No, I haven't seen that yet, Corky. Does that look good? You want to check it out while we wait for this to load? Suit for Hire game. You know what this is? This is just like a combination of Max Payne versus what was it called? Bullet. Oh, but no, that's cool. Interesting that it has like multiple angles. Yeah, that looks fun. Haha, cool. Yeah, that looks super fun. I like how the reticle like roughly gauges the target, but then you have to do the micro aim. Shooting through the wall's pretty sick. That's very cool. Very cool. Oh my god, the worst part is this thing hasn't even freaking... Still hasn't finished. The worst part is it does its like part of the loading and then interrupts you, lets you click a save change button and then resumes. And there's not, I don't even think there's like an always do this thing, always save changes. You can't do that. It just like, we were watching that because we wanted to get through this and it wasn't even doing that. Gosh, look at this. This is probably a good indicator of how frustrating the development process has been. I would love to be like, we could collect this data, we could compare it across time versus like what project what I'm doing, so we can see how much I swear across every different thing. We could do that across every user that ever uses it to learn what the most frustrating category in Twitch is. Isn't that cool? That's pretty cool, I think. I would say UEFN development is pretty up there. That's hilarious. Oh, come on, please. Please finish loading. Please, please, please. Boom. Takes me to place. Gives me the gun. Makes me do weird flying thing. Any minute. And then once it works, then I sleep. Just wait. It's soon. By the way, in the last 5 years, there hasn't been a single game as popular as Fortnite. Yeah, no, absolutely not. The story of Fortnite is really interesting too. Like, Fortnite used to be build forts during the day, defend them from like ghouls and like zombies and stuff during the night. Thus the name Fortnite. And then you got PlayerUnknown's Battleground went gangbusters, and they went, you know what? Instead of doing the game we're doing, how about we just do that game instead? And so then the guys making Unreal Engine, who are the same people who made Unreal Tournament, that just like took the code base from like essentially Quake. So they took the Quake code base, they modified it into and adapted it into Unreal Tournament. Then they adapted Unreal Tournament into Unreal Engine, and then Unreal Engine turned into Fortnite, and then Fortnite got shifted into basically PUBG using the Unreal Engine. And then now what they're doing is like people think that, people think that the money that Epic makes is mostly from Fortnite, but although, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of money. Most of their money actually comes from Unreal Engine and all the games that are made using that. And Fortnite is a testing bed. It's like a testing ground for updating and improving the engine. That's one of the reasons that I think it's been able to move more quickly than Unity is Unreal Engine actually, like, the developers using the engine are using it to improve the games that they make. Okay, cool. So now that worked, and it took us back, and it turned the portal off. Woo! Woo! Hell yeah. Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. That's pretty cool. That worked. We can call that kind of done. So the next step, I think, is we need to recreate that for all the other different arcade cabinets. And do some other like indicator other than the warp. Maybe the warp is just the most intuitive thing. But I don't know. It could also be like a little portal on the ground that looks like, looks different. I think maybe we need a different asset with the light guns in each of these machines. And we need something on the machine to indicate which mini game it's going to go to. So these will be art requests. Maybe I'll quickly write those art requests up. Hold on. So here. Ooh, interesting. Hold on. Did it just fade out my teal draw? Where is it? Oh. Yeah, I see what happened. There we go. We're back. So art requests are going to be art requests. Some kind change arcade machines to have light guns associated with have light guns on them, have some kind of indicator for minigame. Yep. Art requests. This is I think that's going to be the way to do it. The other thing I'd like to do with this is probably we want to have a some kind of indicator for the minigame. We want to have a some kind of VFX to show portal and where to stand. Warp and where to stand. So that's, I think, what I'm going to drop in my artist's channel. That that'll be the next little request. Yep, great. That's pretty cool. So we're making good progress, guys. We're making really good progress. How's the game going? MZ Xbox, how you doing? It's going pretty well. We've just gone and made some changes to it to get a new system working where let's see. I mean, one other thing I have to do. At some point, I really do need to like head to bed. But the art for the mini game, we want it to. We don't want the rift visible, and I guess we do want the visual effects. But so here, let me. If I start the game, we'll let that run, and any moment you'll be able to see where we're up to. MC Xbox. The one thing that did definitely happen, and I think has stopped working, is activating the item granter here. That item granter, I need to make sure that it forces the equipping of the weapon. Maybe we can see something here. Equip. Nope. Where is it? Item granter. It has enable, disable. It has grant item. It has restock items, set next item. No. It does have something on it in the editor that allows us to, for the item granter. So here's the item granter. Select that. It needs to grant equipped item. Equip a grant. Yeah. This is not happening. Equip granted item. I don't know why that's not working. Item to grant. Grant while offline. Don't know what that. Grant on timer. Play audio. Grant on game start. No. I don't know why that's not happening. Equip granted item. Yeah, this should really be doing it, but it's not. And I'm not going to solve it today. But here you go, one more time, MC Xbox. And for anyone who wants to know what we got done today, we have reworked like for the third time, we've reworked the system that moves people to the mini games and back. It's going to go boom. People will get their gun. We need to then activate a mini game. This will be where the fruit goes flying at you and you have to shoot all the fruit out of the air. And then after 10 seconds, it takes us back and it closes the arcade cabinet. You're always catching the end of stream. I know, it's like, but it's nearly 3 a.m. for me where I am. MC Xbox, I'm so sorry. Maybe I need to start streaming really early so that throughout the day when you're around, it will work. But yeah, at present, it's that's where we're at. That's where we're at with it, and that is where we will end the stream as well. It's been great having everyone along. Let's go find a person to raid. We can. So here we go. Let's go browse. Who have we got? We've got Jackie Codes. We could raid her again if we wanted to. Hold on. Get out of here, based code. We don't want to hear you talking twice. Once is enough. My gosh. Let's see. Who is around in the chat? Who is around in the chat? We've got Trucker Dylan. Did a pretty cool thing by rating us. That was really cool. Lana's streaming. She's always great. We rated Jackie recently. It could be... See you, Bots1. Thank you for hanging out in the stream. I do a little bit gawky. I do a little bit. I have since, like, before I was at uni, and I still do it. I still do it, I swear. I'm most productive late, but whatever. So... Wow, this co-working and studying group is going, like, up. More and more people are using that. That's kind of interesting. I wonder how many people are coding in here. I don't see a lot of them. Oh, here's a game developer. Is that a game developer, or are they playing games and cheating and saying they're co-working, but they're not? Yeah, they're not developing. That's a cheat. Cheater. Okay. What's Jackie Co's up to? She's still doing her... Let's raid her again. Why not? Whoopsie daisy. She looks tired. Let's raid Jackie Codes. Used to do co-working streams. That's really cool, bots. All right, everybody ready? We're gonna ready up. Thank you for. Let's get the raid message ready. If you're ever co-working streaming, just let me know. It's like, you know, I'll see if you come up, I'll definitely like go check you out. Don't let me know. I mean, like, I'll see you when you go stream. But very, very cool, guys. Good progress. I'll be at it again tomorrow. Super keen to go, you know, keep the ball rolling with the next stream. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get everything done and start moving on to mini games and targets and stuff like that. So you now go to sleep, for the love of God. I will. Very cool to have you all along. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night or day or morning or night or whatever it is where you are. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.